Yeah, I'd like to go there and do the Goodman Game stuff where they have the Gong of Doom or whatever every time a character dies. That'd be kind of
All right. I think we might actually be okay with that. But of course, there is always whether or not anyone can actually hear us. So let's see.
I can hear you, Rob. Does somebody else want to talk?
Hello.
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 Yep, I even heard myself
In the stream.
with,
Excellent.
yeah, in the stream with a couple second delay. Now I'm muting it so I don't have to hear but I like to sound check at once.
Yeah, no, because I have to fix the we call it the stream from Thursday because I was talking for about 5 minutes and no one could hear me at all, which was great because OBS is like super weird.
I caught the end of it, which was really good.
It was good. Yeah, it turned out to be a really good really good stream. I had a lot of fun with it. So anyway, hello everyone, and welcome to another installation of the Embers of Empire campaign on the TTRPG Theater. I am your host, Rob Phantom NJ, and we have this afternoon we have the Righteous Hands, which is the most experienced of the groups that have been running in this campaign, which is pretty cool. And let's get our faces on the screen. I want to start off by saying that this stream is sponsored by Trollord Games, makers of Castles and Crusades. You know, got my T-shirt on because represent. There we go, Sonius. Larry Dwarf got the T-shirt going as well, and yes, I like it. I like it a lot. Who did fantastically well with the CNC Reforged, as they were calling it, Kickstarter campaign, removing OGL content from the 3 core books. Um, so that will be happening, hopefully, getting out sometime this year. I know that the Player's Handbook, Player's Handbook they've been releasing new versions of it every time that they make updates to it or major updates to it. So that's a work in progress. Uh, They're also waiting on the release of the new printing of Amazing Adventures. That the Player's Handbook for that has also been released as they go along. But yes, they are a sponsor of the stream, and as such, we do have a giveaway that I need to set up. All right, because this is a 100% professional job that we're doing here. All all the best talent. Yeah. Let's see. We've got timers. We need our timers for bits and our giveaway. All right, the giveaway is live. Exclamation point ticket in order to enter. It is a $10 digital product coupon from the Trollord Games site. J. Lord Gazumba, fantastic work on the 24-hour stream. Wanderer's Haven, thank you so much for the lurk. Good to see you. Yeah, you lived a lot of the player characters in that 24 hours did not. Thankfully, the group that I was in, we all lived somehow. Not entirely. Well, we lived. The NPCs not so much. There was much death at Wolfmaster Keep. Thankfully, the player characters were not among it. But I understand that the night before, things did not go well for the player characters at all. But fantastic job. The numbers were amazing, being on the front stream page of Twitch. And also, Jay, we call it the leader of the Greyhawk Creatives Twitch community, of which this stream is a part of. So, please, if you get a chance, visit the other creatives in the community. And let's get down to brass tacks a bit. So, it was a couple of sessions ago that you were able to recover a prized relic. Well, not so much a relic, a prized almost artifact for the dwarves of the Cinderforge clan. An artifact that is helping to put them back on the map. They had ever since the artifact was lost, their fortunes had gone down. The clan had been dwindling. Members were scattered. And now that their sacred anvil has been recovered, the group was promised rewards, and we're going to start. I had been pondering what to do for our two mages. I realized I think one of the mages was not here for the session, but because you're a group, I want to make sure that we all get, you're all considered for something for it. So first of all, Sal, you're getting a set of bracers called Bracers of the Dwarven Flame. They are +2. They act as basically +2 bracers, +2 to your armor class. They will stack with rings of protection.
Right on.
I know that some of those things do not stack. These will, and also it grants you resistance to fire.
Cool.
Hans, you are getting Bracers of the Dwarven Storm, +2 bracer, +2 to your armor class, and resistance to electricity, so lightning and the like.
Cool.
Thraskin, you had asked for a suit of dwarven chain. Your dwarven chain came out exceptionally well. In addition to the AC that it has, it also has an additional +1.
Ooh.
So it's
Excellent.
even slightly better. Lagamundo, you've got a pair of dwarven knuckles, dwarven brass knuckles.
Nice.
So what these are going to do is 5 times a day, you are able to, it's not going to be, you're still going to do your normal damage, but 5 times a day, you can add an additional 1d6 on, 1d6 on an attack. And on a nat 20, they automatically activate and give you a 2d6.
Wow. So 5 times a day, 1d6 and nat 20, 2d6.
Yes.
Nice.
Sonius, I haven't quite figured out because of the fact that you have a sword, and I was going to do a shield for you, but I have an idea for your shield if you like this. Your +2 shield, they use the forge to do special rune engravings on it, if you're willing. And your shield is going to be now a +2 kinetic shield. And what happens is any bludgeoning damage that you take, you get resistance to bludgeoning damage, and within 2 rounds of taking bludgeoning damage, the damage that you would have taken, you're able to redirect it to something else.
Okay. Is resistance in this game half damage?
Half, yeah. So, like, say you took 12 points of bludgeoning damage, you would take 6, and then you'd have 6 points that within 2 rounds you could use against somebody.
Sounds like witchcraft, but witchcraft I can live with.
Yeah, I wanted to give you interesting items. I didn't want the dwarven chain. I unfortunately went the +1 because anything else on top of the value of the dwarven chain would have been a little too much. But I wanted to get some interesting items in there. And then I have to figure out Leaf. The next time Leaf plays with us, I've got something for him as well.
Very cool.
All right. And Thaskin, you had been making donations and working towards, and Um, you're now a popular member among the Cinderforge. Your reputation among the Cinderforge is growing. The group's reputation is already good. Um, you've they're they realize that you're not a member of their clan, but they're damn near ready to adopt you.
I do
I
say
am fine with that.
I do say to Thraskin is that I'm glad that you've friend achieved acclaim, but really you should only be seeking to impress Saint Cuthbert.
Is that so?
I'll be sad
Oh.
when you die and go through eternity in a lake of fire.
Oh boy.
I'll make a modest donation to St. Cuthbert of 10 gold pieces. How's that?
Yeah, good start.
So it's been a rather stormy season in the city of Ragby. There've been frequent thunderstorms, some high winds. There's been some interruptions to shipping. Some of the shipping lanes have been become dangerous because of the storms. However, on this particular day, there seems to be a break in the action when you were summoned to a meeting. And my brain just cramped up. What are their names? This is really good when the castle keeper takes for granted that he's going to remember the names of the leaders of the group. Idellis, that's right. You're summoned to a meeting, and you find yourself not only in the presence of the leader of your guild, but one Roxanne Danforth as well, a young woman who you're all very familiar with now wielding her grandfather's sword as her own. You see that her armor appears to have been upgraded from the last time you saw her. And she is now fully wearing the crest of one of the Knights of the Eventide.
Oh, nice.
As you all enter, she gives a little wave, and it also urges you to take a seat.
I take a seat and flee the room with. No, I'm just kidding. I take a seat.
Well, he says, we have a mission for you. It's a rather sensitive one. A ship has gone missing that was supposed to have arrived 2 days ago. And as you know, some of the worst of the storms were during that time. It was on its way here from the city of Hardby, and we need to find we need to find whether the ship made it to shore somewhere, or whether any evidence that it was completely lost, and if you can, recover the VIPs.
Who were the VIPs?
Roxanne looks at Ados looks at Roxanne, and there's an awkward glance as they both look at each other and then look at you. That's part of the problem. No one will tell us who the VIPs are. We've only been told that it is of importance to the crown.
What was the name of the ship?
The name of the ship is the Golden Zephyr. Zephyr.
And I assume it was flying the flag of Nyrond?
Yes.
Okay. Well,
We
ships. That's a large coastline to check. Do we know where it's about it would be?
We do have some reports that it was headed towards some of the minor islands. We think they may have been trying to find shelter, or it's possible they were just being blown in that direction. One of the fishermen that was saved by the coastal navy reports that they saw a ship with the sails and the mast partially broken, and some of the sails either gone or just flapping in the wind, headed in that general direction. But they don't have any further information.
Hmm.
It's of even more significant. We have reports that within the next day or two, more storms are scheduled to arrive. So if they are stranded somewhere, they are going to be in even deeper trouble.
Are we familiar with that area? Meaning as a group, by you kind of this being described to us, is this kind of an unfamiliar area to where we know, or is this something where we've been there before, we know what, approximately where this is, all of that?
This is going to be a completely unfamiliar area. Most don't. Most of these islands, they're for the most part, because of the fact that they've been deemed difficult to difficult to land on, and at the few checks that they've made, there wasn't much in the way of resources that made them interesting. More for use, possibly for as far as like pirates and stuff, might find them as potentially useful, but there is no real tactical significance or strategic significance to the islands. With the lack of any mining, anything worth mining or recovering, they've been kind of left to themselves.
Sal, ask her if there's any, do they have any information about kind of the specifics of the island itself, or if they have any maps or anything that is available to us as part of the library that they might have here, that might be able to help us?
She looks at it also, and that's a good point. The smaller islands, there wasn't much to map. We can take a look to see, and you see Adolis walk to the door, call out to someone, and you hear some, basically him briefly talking to someone who, before he comes back into the room. We're going to see about getting those maps and getting them to the ship's captain, who will be taking you.
And
Oh,
were
okay,
you-
good. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, these are islands that are deserted, or are they occupied by anyone or anything, or is that known?
Uh, as far as we know, they're unoccupied. Um, Again, much there was surveys done of the islands. As far as we know, the last time the islands were surveyed were possibly some 30 to 40 years ago. So our what we know about the islands and who's there is not really up to date. But again, we know that we know that it could be somewhere people might take refuge. Obviously, piracy is always a concern. Though piracy has been down quite a bit as of late, so hopefully that will not be an issue.
All right,
But
so
we do not know of
there
anybody specifically inhabiting the island.
so there is a ship here to take us.
Yes, yes,
Okay. And we're in Ragby, right?
yes.
Okay. So out into Rollmore Bay we go, eh?
How long of a trip is it to this island?
The hope is that the island, assuming fair winds, you should be able to reach the island chain within a day.
I feel like there's darkness to vanquish, so let's do it.
Excellent. So if there's anything that you have need of or looking for in terms of supplies, please make sure that you gear up and good luck and good hunting. And Roxanne says, "Oh yes, I will be accompanying you."
Oh, always welcome. Always welcome.
Wonderful to have you.
Sal turns to Lagamundo and he elbows him and says, "The contract."
Hey, our the leader of our company is right here. I assume she's already addressed that. I always carry contracts, but when we're brought to a meeting with the leader of our adventuring company, I assume that she's already handled the pleasantries.
Yeah, the contract, and you it occurs to you that there's probably a good chance that you're going to get more than your standard fee out of this.
Yeah.
The significance, especially if you're able to bring the VIP back in alive.
Excellent. So we have a mystery. A, who are the VIPs? And then B, rescue them.
Too much mystery for me. The only mysteries I like are the blessings of St. Cuthbert. I tell Roxanne I will allow her to she can come with us as long as she doesn't turn on the red light. Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Well, she doesn't have to.
she chuckles softly. You're a strange one, Sonius, but I like you.
You'll be the first.
Oh, I mean, someone has. She looks at you and she says, "Well, someone has to."
That's true. That's true.
All right.
And she takes a moment to look at the lot of you, and says, "Huh, that is some interesting gear that you are all carrying." As she takes note first of Thraskin, because Thraskin's sitting there wearing a finely crafted suit of dwarven chain, and it occurs to her that all of you are wearing something. It's like making friends, I see.
Who,
Indeed.
us? Yeah, I guess. We're likable people.
I had a friend once, but Lugamundo stole
Oh my goodness.
He wasn't nailed down. What can I say?
And one of these Zoom windows is a little off.
Yeah.
I would let her know, though, that these are gifts from the Cinderforge clan in the Flinty Hills.
Oh, so you're the ones behind that. Well done, my friends. Well done.
Indeed.
That news has reached kind of far and wide. You'll be getting quite a reputation for yourselves. Well deserved, too. With that, she takes her leave of you and she says, "I have my own preparations to make. I will see you aboard ship. We are going to be sailing aboard the Dauntless."
That sounds familiar. I don't know why.
It does sound familiar, and that's probably why it came to my brain as a name for the
okay.
ship. I'm sure that it's probably been used in more than one pop culture thing. So,
All right. Excellent.
yeah. So she heads off. Is there any preparations that you all want to make in the meantime?
I will go make sure my light riding horse is well stabled and grab a small bag of ration sticks that I always keep in its saddlebags. They say, horse, take care of yourself. Or actually, I will go find a stable hand to do so because horses don't take care of themselves very well.
No, no, they do not.
And I grab my trusty new halberd and my bag and head off towards the ship or to help my friends pack. I wonder if Sanius is going to need some water wings.
I'm not big on boats, guys.
I follow Lagamundo.
Neither am I. Yeah, I too will make sure that my war pony is stabled. Person, the stable boy or whatever, given some, a few extra coins or whatever to give extra care. Make sure I've got all of my potions and my ring of swimming that I put on and constantly make sure that it's still on my finger as I get on the boat.
Okay. Just checking something. Okay, excellent. Curtis,
And-
good to see you.
Curtis.
And thank you for popping in. All right.
And-
So,
Prayers for a safe voyage and journey. So
all right. The crew of the Dauntless is by the time you arrive at the ship, the crew of the Dauntless is already in full mode as far as getting ready to ship out. You see the sails being prepared to be raised. The captain is shouting orders all about. Roxanne is already standing amidships, basically looking over the side as she sees all of you approach, and she gives a wave and motions you to come aboard.
We come aboard.
As you all come aboard, she takes a look at Thraskin and says, "So, are you going to be okay?"
I hope to be. I hope that the ship is captained by a good captain. I probably will spend most of the time below, but we shall see. This is one of the first times I've been on a ship. I'm rather nervous.
She says, I know the captain had set aside some room, set aside an area with bunks for the lot of you. However, I for some reason he insisted that I have a stateroom. If you'd like to go down and make yourself comfortable, I would completely understand. You might find it a little bit better than trying to sleep in a bunk.
I thank you.
I'm
And I do
enjoying
so.
I'm enjoying being on a ship for the first time. This is awesome.
Yeah, the ship, as the anchor, you hear the sound of the anchor being raised and the sails going up. The winds there. It's a lovely day. The temperature is quite nice, especially being out here on the shoreline on the docks. The sun is bright in the sky. There's a bit of clouds, but for the most part, it's only partly cloudy at this point. However, there is a very stiff breeze. The winds fill the sails almost immediately, and the ship doesn't so much start moving as it lurches forward as the sails fill up, and you are underway in really quick time. It isn't long at all before the shoreline starts sinking and the the city of Ragby starts becoming small in the distance.
I sort of stare out, Rob. Sonia sort of stares out at the bay as it's kind of receding, and he
Mhm.
and he kind of whispers into the wind, "Two of the vilest things in the world are heathens and boats." And wishes he was downstairs with Thraskin.
Curtis, I'd like to say this is not that kind of cruise. And hopefully it's not the 3-hour tour type either.
Oh God.
Indeed,
Um,
indeed.
I'm gonna stare out front of the boat
mhm.
just to kind of see what's going on, where we're going, where we're headed.
For the moment, the everything ahead of you, it just appears to be open seas. Um, you get the sense after a bit, you get the sense that the ship has started turning to starboard. So basically turning to the right, and but it's more of the way that your balance is than anything else. For now, it just looks like open seas ahead. You do see a number of smaller ships that are between you and what you know to be the coastline, though you can't really make it out well at this point. It looks more like a shadow on the horizon than anything else. Uh, on the on the port side, there is nothing but open water. There is no sign of any ships in that direction. Whether that's usual or unusual is something you're not clear on.
Well, I'll tell you what I am clear on. There's nothing like having a good smoke at the top of a deck, a nice windy sea. So that's what Hans is gonna do. He's gonna get his tobacco pipe out and he's gonna smoke himself he's gonna smoke himself some pipe. Look
Nice.
out on the ocean.
All
You
right.
see Lagamundo looking at you like, that's terrible for your lungs, man.
And for your soul. Bad news.
Uh,
I find some place to do my exercises. Little training montage.
Sal's gonna go check out the ship. He's gonna. Is it just is there an under area like where he can kind of like below deck region?
yes. Yeah.
in
The,
ship?
the the ship is large. The ship is large enough that it actually has cabins for most of the crew and the occasional a couple of cabins for important visitors. Um, it also has a general bunk area. Well, it actually has more than one, but has a couple of general bunk areas for the regular crew, any basically non officers, as well as a supply area. Um, there is a storage area, though this ship is not meant for hauling goods. That much you're clear on.
Anything that's unusual that he runs into when he's kind of like slinking around, kind of the typical hood up, just trying to kind of mind his own business. And when he's doing this, anything that he knows is unusual or no, not really.
As you go about, I mean, one of the things that you do notice is that there seems to be a lack of people below decks.
Hmm.
That in terms that you see, there are a couple of cabins with closed doors. One of the things that you do run into as you walk aft is you see that there's an area where actually, you know something? Give me an intelligence check. So I'm not entirely sure you'd be clear on what you're looking at.
Okay. 14 plus 2, 16.
All right. So yeah, in the aft area, and you know that you see that there is what appears to be some kind of mechanism for raising a platform or lowering and raising a platform, and on it are what appears to be pieces of um, uh, ship, what basically some kind of ship-to-ship projectile system. Uh, you're more clear on it. You think it might be some type of ballista system, because you do see what appear to be almost like giant, not quite arrows, but large bolts that could be potentially fired.
Okay.
And they seem to have some way of getting it, using the platform system, getting it above decks as needed.
How many crew are on the boat?
You had a rough count. It seemed to be about 30 or so.
Okay, so there's a lot of people.
Yeah, it's not a small ship. They specifically, and Roxanne would have told you that they are using a larger ship mostly because of the fact that in case you do run into a storm, they wanted something that would be a little less vulnerable to it, hopefully. And
Okay.
you can tell that it's a very seasoned crew. This is not just this is not some chartered, basically regular ship. This is a group that is used to taking orders. They're working well together. Very, very professional.
Okay. Sal kind of takes notice and then kind of works his way back upstairs onto the top deck with the rest of the group.
And do me a favor, when you get back to the top, give me a wisdom check.
Okay. That's a 5.
Okay. Never mind. there's another tidbit that you don't quite notice.
All right.
All right. So I think we've covered what everyone is doing. Yeah, you know that Roxanne spends her time going back and forth, occasionally having brief chats with the captain. At one point, she decides to go up to the crow's nest atop the main mast and spend some time up there.
She's not wearing her armor, is she?
No, not at that moment. And
Okay, I'm picturing her wearing her nightly plate up to the crow's nest.
Glad we
And-
brought her along.
and as you can probably hear in the background, my dog has decided that now is a really, really good time for him to want to go out. Hi, can I help you? Oh my goodness. All right, let's do this. I didn't want to do it this early, but I need to take him out, unfortunately, because otherwise he's just going to sit there and bark at me because
Dogs do that.
he has a mind of its own. So we are going to take a brief break. We'll call it about 5 minutes or so. It shouldn't take that long. Again, we do have a giveaway going on. Exclamation point ticket to enter. $10 digital product giveaway from Full Lord Games. Be right back.
I might as well go use the restroom myself. I will say this: Thraskin could not be happier. He has a ring of swimming. So that's my favorite item at this point.
All right. And with that, we are back. At least he was, this was not a false alarm. He didn't actually need to do stuff. So yay.
Good.
All right. Um, you know something? Let's do this. Thraskin, you had gone below, right?
Correct.
Did you do anything? Did you go straight to the stateroom? That
Pretty
Roxanne?
much.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. In that case, yeah, you do find that the accommodations are actually quite comfortable. So you're able to get some rest, and I won't say you're completely at ease, but it feels a lot better than being out there and seeing the nose of the ship rising and falling as it cuts through the waves.
Yes. I prefer my feet on ground.
Yeah. I do point out a dolphin to Lugamundo, and then I puke over the side.
So that's good. They probably eat that.
Uh,
Little chum for the water, chum.
that's one way to do it, I guess. Yeah. So the as far as that goes, you are invited to have dinner with the captain. Um, the captain's name is Captain Liam Fargo, spelled just like it sounds.
Excellent.
The meal is is actually surprisingly good. He's he seems very proud of very proud of it. There is some wine. They even managed to have some milk for you, Lagamundo. Somebody gave them the info.
Oh, that's nice. But I drink water with lime on board the ship, so I don't get scurvy. No, I drink the milk. Since they were thoughtful enough to provide it.
Yeah.
And of course some ale for the dwarf.
Appreciated.
There is. Okay. I want everybody other than Sal to give me a wisdom check.
Wah, wah, wah. That's a big fat 9.
That is a 10 non-prime.
Add level.
Yes.
Oh, it didn't end my level. Okay. Yeah, 14, but non-prime.
Okay.
Still a wah, wah, wah.
20 prime.
9.
So, Thraskin, something's been kind of bothering you a bit. I mean, and it took a while for it to come to mind, but you realize that it occurs to you that the ship is flying a merchant flag, and while it's not out of the question for a merchant ship to have a very well trained crew, especially under a very what appears to be a very competent captain. You're not entirely sure what it is the ship would be carrying, and you haven't seen much evidence that there's anywhere for cargo to really be stored. Also, the captain's manners don't strike you more military than what do you call it? More military than what you might expect from a merchant ship. It might just be that he was ex-military and It's just transferred over to civilian life. Though he is not young, but he's on the younger side of what you would expect for somebody to have already left the service and move over to a merchant flag.
Well, he may have seen some fleet action in the recent Greyhawk Wars, against the Elysian Navy, or maybe some of those privateers or pirates from that Brotherhood that is down in the south.
Trying to, I suppose a question at dinner that I would ask in noticing that and maybe not being completely, uh, knowledgeable on tact of these things, I would maybe ask. I've noticed that we are flying a merchant flag. Do you think that that would not invite pirates?
There is that possibility for sure. It was very astute of you. I did not think that you would notice.
Well, I haven't noticed much, but I did notice that.
Truth be told,
Did you serve in the Navy? You have the air of a man at arms about you.
Uh, he looks at you, and there's a wry smile that breaks over his face as he says, "I still serve in the Navy, my friend. This is His Majesty's ship, the Dauntless."
Hmm. Is there perhaps more to this mission that has not been divulged to us?
We felt, given the sensitive nature of the mission, that it would be better for us to fly a merchant flag and not give any reason for people to suspect otherwise. Um, and of course, if pirates wish to take us on, uh, it will be a very, very bad day for them.
Do you have knowledge on who the VIPs are that we are supposed to recover?
Unfortunately, I on that end, I know no more than you do.
Hmm.
All I was all I was told was this was on a need to know. And as I understand it, when you're able to find the VIP, you will be the first to know. Um, Secrecy demanded that no one be told.
Captain, can you tell us more about who we're looking for?
As I understand it, you are looking for someone um, close to the crown. It is it this is a mission that came directly from the capital. Um, I would suspect that when you find said person, they should have something upon them or something about them that will tell you that this is who you're looking for. I wish I could be of more help, but the secrecy behind this mission is very, very unusual. Normally at least I'm in the know, but the details have been kept really, really close. It is it is not like any mission that I have been on since the war, quite frankly.
All right, well, we'll try not to let you down.
Actually, he doesn't say since the war, since the last of the skirmishes, because they, um, when he says the war, he doesn't mean the Greyhawk War. He is more talking the Civil War
And I
during
would,
the coup.
are we, I mean, it's kind of us and the captain and Roxanne, basically, or is there more of the crew or anything
Uh,
eating at this
that's the
point?
other thing. Actually, when now that you think about it, that's the other thing that strikes you as unusual. You know that there's like more than one, what you would have considered like an officer of the ship. But now that you're told that this is actually a military vessel, you know them to actually be officers. None of them are at this dinner. It is just the five of you and Roxanne, along with the captain. And it's basically made known that while you're in here discussing it, even the guards are outside. The no discussions are had while the serving staff is, the crew doing the serving is in. Everything comes to a halt when anyone enters the room other than those of you who are here.
Hmm.
One question I would have also, sir, would be, do you personally know everybody that is on the ship? Has every single person upon the ship been vetted?
Yes, this is a hand-picked crew.
That
I was
sets my
I was told to make
mind
sure,
more at
sure of
ease.
Um, is there any hint that when we're having like dinner that we think that the captain's holding something back?
Something. Give me a wisdom check. Let's see how you're feeling about that.
Okay. Nine, non-crime.
Your general sense is that he's being professional, but there's a bit of a feel of frustration on his part. Um, whether that's because there's stuff that he can't tell you, or stuff that he feels he should know, or if it's a matter of whether he feels there's stuff he should know but doesn't know. You do sense a bit of frustration, but you're not sure which direction that's going in.
Okay. Um, can I ask you a question out of character?
Sure. 1 second though. STF Network rating with a party of 14. Thank you very much for dropping in. I am your host, Phantom NJ. This is the Embers Vampire campaign. We are playing some Castles and Crusades by Troller Games. Welcome aboard. I hope whatever it is you've all been doing, that you're having fun. If you want to drop what it was you were doing before you joined us, that'd be awesome. We do have a giveaway from Troller Games going on. It is exclamation point ticket to enter. It's a $10 digital product coupon giveaway from the Troller Games site. And we are also have a method of helping players that I wanted to share with you. We welcome you just watching, if you or lurking, whatever. If you want to join in, that's how you can help the players or the GM. I'm not going to beg. I'm happy to have my players have the bonuses. So, okay, yeah, you wanted to ask a question out of character. Sure, go ahead.
Actually, you know what? I'm just going to do it. So, Sal, while he's like kind of eating his dinner and whatnot and listening along, cast charm person on the captain.
That's a choice. Um,
Does he know if he'll be charmed?
It's charisma save negates it.
Sal, what level are you?
3.
Um. All right. So I am going to roll 6-sided die, and odds charisma is non-prime. Evens charisma will be a prime because I hadn't considered this as a possibility. So did not have an actual stat block for him. That is evens. He fixes you with a gaze, and you realize that he's very, very aware of what you just tried to do. Sir, you will not do that again.
Sal just kind of looks at him and in a way that's like, do you really think you know what I did?
Let's just say I have some experience with those of the arcane arts trying to make suggestions. And you see Roxanne's jaw drop, and she looks at you, and with almost a horrified look, she cannot believe she can't believe what she's hearing. And she looks like she's about to protest, and the captain just raises his hand, and she just stops.
But I mean, honestly, that tells something that probably he's on our side more than anything. If he's not going to come after us for, me trying to manipulate him a little bit to get information. So Sal kind of, lowers his head a little bit and apologizes. And he says, I was unclear with regards to your intentions, and it's clear that based on your reaction to this, that you are a man of good faith, and that I'm sure that you'll bring us to where we need to be and safely transport us back home.
I will promise you. I can tell you that if I had more information to give you, I would give it to you. I don't like being in the dark any more than you do.
Sonius at this point is a little uncomfortable, sips his green tea, and slides a pamphlet across the table to the captain and says, "This is the only thing that will truly keep you out of the darkness." And goes back.
At which point he pulls out a little charm that he has around his neck, and you see there's a little cudgel. He says, "I'm already one of the faith."
This guy's all right. We can trust him completely.
I sit back and wait for you guys to hammer common sense into Sal.
Does anyone else have any questions? Actually, let me ask you this. Is there anything else, and this can be out of character, that you have questions about? Because there's the question of what could be so important, any situations that you might be curious about. I mean, your characters, I don't know that. Well, Lagamundo is from the kingdom, right? You grew up in this.
Relmod, the capital.
Yeah, so you have more of a familiarity, I think, than anyone as far as the inner workings of the kingdom. But is there anything in general that you have questions on?
I'm a little curious, Rob. Obviously we're flying a merchant vessel. Oh, we're flying a merchant flag. Is this not a merchant vessel though? Is it a war galley?
Yeah, it's more of a war galley.
Because I'm saying it's not going to fool anybody. Anybody who's looking at us going to go, "That's not a merchant vessel, right?"
As soon as they get close enough, sure.
Merchants could take a next naval vessel and just turn it into a merchant vessel.
Yes.
It's not the best for cargo, but it's certainly a viable choice for defending it.
But is there any significance to which merchant guild it belongs to or anything? Is there any? or is
No,
it just generic?
just generic. They're just one of the merchant guild.
Okay.
They do identify as a Nyrandese merchant. That much is clear. So basically they are advertising the fact that they are from Niron. They're not pretending to be from elsewhere.
Okay.
Um, yeah. So one of the things I do want to point out is that the kingdom has undergone quite a bit of strife in the last 30 years, between the previous king being poisoned, there being a coup by the younger son, the younger son's coup eventually being overturned and him being killed. The older son is now the current king. The king, that the king's wife is actually related to. It's kind of well known within the kingdom that the king's wife is a relative of one of the Circle of Eight. You also know that she had fallen ill at one point, possibly due to witchcraft, which is one of your earliest things, is why it was so important that you take on that very first mission. Uh, the king's cousin managed to go and find a cure, and bring back a cure, and as a reward, she was actually named heir to the throne, despite the fact of the king and his wife having a daughter. So there is a princess, but at the moment she is not heir to the throne. Pat Draws, good to see you. Coco Bunny, good to see you. Welcome in.
Rob,
Yeah.
what is the current political relationship between Nyrond and Hardby? Or are they, is it possible that you had diplomats, going and trying to get, I guess get an alliance or something going between these two?
It's entirely possible. You don't know much with regards to Hardby. Hardby's in a weird situation as they are currently a quote unquote protectorate of the city of Greyhawk. There are rumblings that there are people who are not exactly thrilled about that, both within and without of Hardby. But you also know that Hardby occupies a very strategic trading point. It is at the mouth of the Selentan River, which goes all the way up to the near Div and the Free City itself, as well as being able to give access to the other major kingdoms in the area, including Furiondi. So it having somebody coming, either going there or coming from there. Yeah, there's definitely the chance that there were some important discussions being had.
I'm just trying to eat as many biscuits as possible while no one's looking.
All right. With that, unless you have any other questions, dinner concludes, and basically, if you have anything you want to be doing before heading to sleep, just let me know.
I do say to Saul, I said, let's leave suspicion and judgment to me.
I agree, as you see me take biscuits out of my shirt where I'd been tucking them. No suspicion here.
We have room for one paranoid person in this party, and Sonius has claimed the.
I have a role, my divine paranoia.
All right. So as long as there are there is nothing, nothing that you want to do. We will head to the next morning. You wake up to the ship rocking a bit, quite a bit more than it had the night before. As you make your way, out onto the deck, you see that where Roxanne had spent much of the previous day up in the crow's nest, she is most definitely not headed up there. You see there is a lone person up in the crow's nest with what appears to be a spyglass, as far as you can tell from this distance. The crew is working hard to keep the ship on course. And the captain walks up to you and says, your timing is perfect. We've sighted land. And he looks about, and you note that the clouds that were, mild the day before, have started to grow in number and darken, and you see on the horizon that's getting even darker despite the early morning. We think we should be able to have you to the largest of the islands within the hour. However, I think we're going to need to send you ashore via rowboats. We're not going to be able to stay. We're going to need to race from the storm and come back and get you. If this is as bad as I think it's going to be, anchoring here is not going to be possible.
That's not a problem. We can handle a ship's boat, I would hope. And I look at my companions and see if I note any scared looks upon their faces.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Good luck,
My
man.
eyes are twice as big as normal.
And I grin at you reassuringly.
So the captain says, we have bags that you can carry your armor and such in. I would not advise wearing to Sonis and Thraskin. I would not advise wearing it until you reach shore. That goes for you too, milady. And he motions over to Roxanne. And she's looking down at her armor, and she's like, "Yes, that's good thinking. I should have thought of that." And you see her quickly dart below decks.
Same.
Okay.
I've got my go bag. I'm good to go.
So, as you get, as the rest of you take your armor, armor off and come back above decks, you note that along the shoreline, you can see what appears to be the wreckage of a ship. The captain pulls out a spyglass of his own and is looking, and he says, "Blast it! I can't tell it. It may be the ship. I'm not seeing any signs of their flags. The mast is gone somewhere. Those rocks. I do not advise us trying to get you through there. We believe there is a cove on a bit past it that we will try to get you to. It may provide a safer landing for you."
Very good.
Captain,
Yes.
the size of that ship, how many would crew a ship of that size? How many stranded people are we looking at?
That ship, it would probably be a crew of 30 should be able to handle it. It's somewhat smaller than the Dauntless. That ship looks like it. If from what I can tell, it looks like one of the faster ships made for speed, not necessarily for battle or for really standing in a storm. Sure enough, you all do get a view of the wreckage as you are sailing by. The wind is whipping about pretty good, and the crew is working to uh, get the boat ready and prepped for you. Um, and they offer you all hands as far as getting into the ship so that they into the boat so that they can lower it.
I leap into the boat like a spider, and then I help everyone with their armor bags.
Okay.
I will
And
also get into the boat.
yeah, I will gingerly and carefully get in. But how far out from the shore is this wreckage?
The wreckage is on shore. They went aground.
Oh, it is okay.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah. It's and you can see that it truly is a wreckage. There are parts of the ship that are just missing. You can see what looks to be the bow of the ship. As a matter of fact, let me do this.
Yeah, and
Uh,
I just wanted to let you know that I was asking because I'm sure the ship probably has some lifeboats on it or something like that. And I was just curious if those were on shore, still on the boat. If we by chance have 30 people that we got to get out, it would help to maybe have more boats to work with than what we're taking in. But
all right. Let's.
Well, if we've got good weather and there's a lot of people, we can just ferry them back and forth with ship's boats.
sure.
Rob, I want to kind of scan, I guess, the horizon of the island that we're looking at, where this wreckage is. Is there any, smoke rising from like a campfire, or are there any kind of flags, or some kind of sign of life, I guess? Like, is there like a bunch of rocks saying "help me," or I don't know, something on there that would suggest that there are survivors?
Um, you're just looking with your own eyes.
Yeah, I don't have anything else to.
Okay.
I don't have any binoculars or anything.
You're not seeing it. You're there. There's no sign of any fires. Um, by the way, I did put on the Twitch stream. We moved over to the map, and you can see that's kind of what it looks like.
I got you. Okay.
Um, give me a wisdom check. Let's see what you can possibly make out with your eyes.
All right. Oh, add the level.
Yes.
That would be a 17. Not bad.
All right.
Not great, but it's.
You're not, and that's a non-prime or a prime.
That's a non-prime. I'm
Okay.
a wizard. So
Yeah,
yeah.
you're not able to see all that much beyond the wreckage. You get you see some spots where there are um, things floating in the water along the shore, and some thing. You think they might be bodies only because you're unable to figure out what else they might be.
In terms of the water leading up to between our boat and the shore, um is it like kind of like a shallower area? Like has our boat pretty much gone up to as close as it can go before it hits like land kind of thing, and then
I
we're in
thought
kind
I thought we went to like a nearby cove. We weren't actually like going right up to where the
Yeah,
shipwrecked.
you're not going up to the
Okay, yeah.
shipwreck. You're
All
going
right,
past
never
the
mind.
shipwreck because
Sorry.
there are too many. There's too many rocks in between the shoreline and the ship. You think they got dragged over the rocks, and that's why the ship appears to have broken up.
That's why they're a wreck and
I
we're a
got you.
ship.
All right, let's see. So as your boat gets into the water, um, you have basically there are 3 rows that you can sit in for this. Um, actually, no, there are 2 rows, and then there's an additional row that are being handled by the sailors who are going with you to get get the boat ashore.
Oh, we don't even have to handle the oars. Nice.
Yeah. So let's see. Who wants to sit in the row up front, and who wants to sit in the row back? One of the groups will be sitting with Roxanne, and one of them will be sitting with Thraskin, because obviously the two of the two of them are probably going to be in the middle.
I'll sit with Thraskin.
I'll sit in the front.
All right, Thraskin, would you prefer up front or in back?
Please.
Where? I'm
What
sorry, that
time?
you kind of cut out.
The rear, the
Okay, so
backside.
all right, so Lagamundo, Thraskin, and uh probably Sal would be sitting in back then. And
What kind of? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Sanius, Roxanne, and Hans are up front.
And what time of day is it right now?
It is really mid morning.
Okay.
It's still relatively early.
All right.
All right, so um on the way, everybody give me a Constitution check.
23 prime.
What was that?
23 prime.
All right, Sal,
12 non-prime.
Thraskin.
17, not prime.
All right, Hans.
8, not prime.
Sanius.
13 prime.
13 prime. Let me check Roxanne. Sanius and Lagamundo are the only 2 people who managed to hold on to last night's dinner.
That's surprising for me, anyway.
I'm not giving up those biscuits to anyone, not even the sea.
Uh, yeah. Roxanne basically nearly jumps. Roxanne is basically holding on to someone as she's throwing up over the side. You hear the sailors chuckle politely, and then one looks at the other, just like trying to hold it in. I mean, obviously they find it kind of amusing.
I hold Thraskin's hair and his beard out of the way.
I appreciate that.
I do pass Roxanne a pamphlet that says St. Cuthbert is the only thing you really need to hold on to. As she's puking inside.
Oh, oh, Sonius. When will you learn?
Never.
Oh boy. However, that being said, you do manage to make it ashore, and let me.
Should always make it as sure.
Yeah.
And once we arrive and people start hauling the ship onto the beach, I'll jump out and join them.
I'll get you all here. Yeah, you're actually end up taking the rowboat out to here.
Okay. So the ship is to the
The ship is to the
to
south.
okay.
Yeah. Well, the ship is basically south in terms of the map. Obviously, with the other part of the thing, it was facing the other direction. It's all relative, depends on
Okay.
your point of view. And you do see that there is, the sailors say we will be back for you. She's like, they're like, there's probably a good chance it will not be until some point tomorrow when the storm has hopefully broken. If there are storms, I would suggest you try to find them if possible. Find higher ground for certain. You do not want to be here when when the storms are going. There's likely to be some storm surge. I suspect this entire area may be underwater at that point, especially
Oh,
when the tide comes in.
okay. So when we were coming in, that area to the east of that rock, or to our, I guess you'd say, to our right, your left.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Hold on a
is
second, let
that a
me.
cave we saw when we came in on the other side of that rock?
Yes, there did appear to be a cave.
Okay. Might need that if we need shelter, if it's not all underwater then. All right. Let's go check out this wreck.
All right. Uh, so the in terms of marching order, how do we want to do this?
I'm willing to take point unless somebody wants to show their bravery by insisting they do it.
You know what? Lead by example.
I
Um,
can if you wanna be like brave and cowardly at the same time, I can make you invisible so you can like scope out the place without being detected. If you feel the need. Might be a waste of the spell though.
Yeah, I would this early I wouldn't waste it. Let's wait till we know we have a need.
Okay.
I'll do the standard bring up the rear. Tends to be where I am. I'm the slowest moving out of all of us anyway, so.
Yeah. Besides, if there's trouble, I move the quickest and I can run away the fastest.
Right.
All right, so I got Lagamundo up front. Um,
I'll be next.
Roxanne walks beside you.
She's my one true friend next to
Uh,
Thresh.
she does take the time to get her armor out of her bags, out of the bags, and suit up.
Same.
I'll spend time helping everybody get their armor on. Because I know that plate mail is hard to put on without assistance.
Mm.
And I like helping.
Sal will go right in front of Thraskin. So I think Thraskin's picking up the rear.
All right. And Hans, you basically walking alongside Sal.
Yep.
All right. Excellent.
And we are going to the wreckage, right?
Yep.
All right. Let's see.
I'm sorry. I was about to say I'm no ranger, but I do want to keep an eye on the surf for any footprints, especially anything that might be leading out of the surf in towards the land. That's what I'm keeping my eye on.
Okay. As you make your way inland, you note that the vegetation is kind of annoying because the fauna, the flora, I should say, is very very dense in certain spots. There does seem to be a bit of a path, though you suspect it may as much be for wildlife as anything else. Um, but you constantly find yourself having to duck out of the way as branches whip about, and you occasionally get a bit of a smack either on your arm or your face if you're not paying close enough attention. Um, there are sounds of wildlife, though there's a lot of rushing sounds of basically rushed winds, as if a whole flight of birds has just suddenly taken off from somewhere. Normally corresponding with the change in the wind. Um, some sounds, possibly some type of cats or feline creatures going about. There is this island may not have anything in terms of resources that anyone wants to exploit, but it does appear to be full of wildlife. This much is certain. And ahead, above the skies, the skies are darkening.
Okay. Looks like
Sorry,
we're in for
you
some
said what?
rain.
What's darkening?
The skies.
The skies.
The skies are darkening
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to cast light on the top of my staff
Okay.
as we
Yeah, you find that definitely helps in terms of making sure that you're taking the right footing and getting a better glimpse of the branches that could potentially end up hitting you, or because there's heavy shadows, especially when the foliage gets thicker.
as we go in, I'm gonna be checking for hazards to the extent that I can, just making sure that we're not bumping into a horde of insects or into a beehive or some poisonous vines that might like wrap their legs around us and
All
take
right.
us down.
For this, I'm actually going to give you an intelligence check because you know what you're looking for, and you're actively because you're actively searching and you know what you're looking for. We'll go with an intelligence check for this.
Well, luckily it's prime,
Mm-hmm.
and I get a 15.
All right. Yeah, you managed to avoid. Well done. You do manage to avoid several potential pitfalls, areas where there are some plants that you do not want to be rubbing up against or hitting exposed skin. Uh, there's a couple of hives that you've come across that you are able to keep the group from disturbing. So yeah, that definitely saved yourself some pain, for sure.
Sanius is just worried we'll slip into a hive of scum and villainy.
That's true, Andrea. Bees I can handle, but heathens, the spray out.
All
Um,
right. How far off is the wreckage?
like what you come up to a place where the path seems to uh diverge. One heading further inland, and you sense that the basically heading towards one direction would be further inland. To your right would be back down towards the shoreline.
All right.
Um, give me a wisdom check.
Nope.
Okay. How badly did you fail?
I got an 8,
And I'm assuming
and
that's
it's not prime.
All right. You do note that the trail. The one thing that you do note without any problem is the fact that the trail going away from the shore does appear to be leading to higher ground. But that's about all you take from it.
Okay. Well, I mean, we're headed towards the shore, so we'll just keep to our left or keep to our right.
All right. Let me get that map ready. Wrong thing. There we go.
Now we're drowning. Your worst fears have come true. I took a wrong turn and we're in the middle of the surf.
All right. So
Uh,
let's do this. That captures. Oop, there we go. That captures pretty much the wreckage. Yeah, you find yourself heading down towards the shore. The only you note that away from as you first hit the sands, the winds are causing the sand to kick up, making visibility a little difficult for now. But you can see that beyond it, the dense wetness of the sand in further beyond is basically helping avoid you think that the visibility should get better as you get closer to the shipwreck.
All right. I point to that ship's boat. Is that ship's boat upright
The
or
rowboat.
is it turned over? Yeah.
It is. This shipboat is actually upright.
Okay. That's where I'm gonna head.
Okay.
Although I make sure I look at the piles of rubble and make sure that nothing scuttles out of it after us like giant crabs.
Rob, you said that I looked at something that kind of appeared like bodies.
Mm-hmm.
So what is
Uh,
that on closer inspection?
um. Yeah. As you get out of the sandier portion, where the sand was still kind of more drier and more likely to blow in your face, you do note that scattered along the shore, and some appear to be floating in the water, possibly caught on rocks. There are any number of bodies lying about. Um,
uh,
Hmm. Any number? Is there like
it,
a
you'd have to take some time to count them all. I mean, you can if you want. I'm not going to stop you. Greyhawk Mike, good to see you, sir. Welcome in.
well, let's just keep looking on the island to see what's alive before we count all the dead, I guess.
All right. So Lagamonda, you approach the rowboat.
Yes. And I especially note if there are any tracks inland from the rowboat or whether this looks like it just got tossed from the ship.
So weirdly enough, you're looking at the rocks. Actually, give me a wisdom check again. Or no, give me an intelligence check for this one. Give me an intelligence check.
Much better. I got a 16 and that's a prime.
Yeah, you're looking at the rocks, you're looking at the boat, and you do note that the ship seems to have been dragged
Okay.
from the shore itself.
Okay.
Little Bird 84, thank you so much for the subscription. 3 months in a row. That is awesome. Really, I really appreciate it. You do note that the it does appear to have been dragged from the water to where it currently sits. Um, the interesting realization you come to is that you get the feeling that this rowboat wasn't put in the water until after the either as the ship was breaking up or after the ship had or just before the ship broke up, because you're looking at the rocks out there and you can't figure how this thing otherwise wasn't destroyed.
Yeah. Okay. Are there tracks leading from it into the wilderness?
You do see tracks leading into the wilderness.
Okay.
There appear to be um basically 5 sets of tracks.
All right. Good. 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 So we have at least 5 survivors. I call out at least 5 survivors.
I'll go over and inspect it.
Um,
Inspect the boat and inspect the rowboat.
Yeah, inspect the rowboat, and I'm just wondering again. I'm not as familiar with this edition as I should be, but is there a way for me to inspect it to determine if it has any kind of magical properties?
It'd be a detect magic.
Yeah, I mean, if you have a detect magic spell, that would be the most
I do.
assured way.
I do.
Yeah, you
I
can
do.
cast detect magic if you'd like.
I shall. I cast detect magic on the boat.
Uh, you don't. The boat itself does not appear to be magical. You are picking up what appears to be some residual magical energy, as if another spell had been cast, and the boat seems to have absorbed some of it. Um,
Ah,
as you're doing that, and as you're casting it, you also note that it looks like this boat was about 3 seconds from falling apart itself.
okay.
What appeared to be a rowboat that just made it onto shore and was dragged ashore. This thing looks like it's taken a bit of a beating. It should. Your gut feeling is this thing should not be in one piece.
All right. Well, I'll convey that to the group, and I'll say that, and obviously this is arcane magic that I'm detecting.
Yes.
Okay, so I'll
Yes.
convey that to our compatriots here. That it looks like there's either a spellcaster died before these survivors were able to leave, or there's a spellcaster that's on the that was on the boat that was able to escape, but this boat shouldn't have survived what happened. So it seems like whoever was on the boat probably was survived. In terms of the tracks, do they seem like boots, or does anybody have skills to figure that out?
We're probably just lucky enough to tell that there are tracks.
They do appear to be. I mean, let's put it this way: they're not barefoot. I'll give you that much. Between the water and such, it's enough to tell that they did have some kind of footwear on.
All right. Is there anything in the boat?
Um, no, nothing really left in the boat. Actually, no. When you do look in the boat, it appears that at least one of the people who was in the boat may have suffered some kind of injury. You do note that there's some blood.
All right. So there's some blood. What
hey,
are we gonna
Rob,
do?
Yeah.
while they're investigating that, I would do what I can to pull any bodies that I can reach. Make note if these appear to be sailors, if any of them are dressed nicer, perhaps, a diplomat or whatever, or if all of these appear to be your standard sailor crew.
Roxanne
And
assists you in that,
okay.
and you note as you get all the bodies, get all the bodies ashore. You can see that she's looking to see if there's anything obvious to her. Most of them appear to be crew. Uh, one of them is dressed in wizard's robes. And you know that that was one of the bodies that was on the basically pinned to the rocks.
Okay. I'll let everybody know that too. I mean,
Yeah,
I'll run over and search that body, but I'll also say to Sonia, I guess they better get a proper burial, hey, buddy?
yeah, I was thinking the same thing. I'm gonna go over and help. If you're gonna, I was gonna turn my back so Logamundo could pull for the bodies while I'm not looking. But yeah, I go over there. I do a prayer. There's a lot of bodies. There's probably too much for us to bury right now, but we can come back and think about what we want to do with it if we find any survivors.
right.
Okay.
Is there any name or masthead on the ship that would reveal that it is in fact the Golden Zephyr?
That's a good question.
I
So
mean,
you-
we're assuming, but if there's any proof, I'd like to confirm.
So you go over, you go over to the bow, the wrecked bow of the bow of the wrecked ship,
Mhm.
and you are able to make out. It's partially gone, but you see the OLDEN space ZEP, at which point the rest of it appears to be missing. Give me an intelligence check.
All right. That is 19 prime.
19 prime. One of the things that strikes you is that this ship has taken damage from some kind of weapon. It is not. It did not simply break up on the shore. It may have been taking on water long before it ever got to shore.
Does it look like scorchings from like lightning or fire, or
No,
does it
there is a hole. There is a hole near where the wreckage meets the sand. That is entirely too in almost entirely too circular or neat in order for it to be something that hit the rock. Like it would have had to have hit a rock almost perfectly for it to make this kind of impact.
okay?
There's there's a hole at the bottom near the bottom of the boat.
Can I I'm gonna talk to Lagamundo as he's doing this, but is there a way, like, I mean, is there a way for me to figure out if there's like a type of spell that would cause this, like a disintegrate or some kind of like is this kind of got a typical sort of like, is it a sphere? Is it like a uh
You're not aware of any of the spells that you know and are familiar with. Nothing comes to mind that would cause this type of damage. Most of the things that you're familiar with would really probably cause more widespread damage and be have some kind of other markings to it.
okay.
Does it look like it might have been a rock from a catapult, or maybe a giant threw it or something?
Uh, Possibly. If it was a catapult, it would have been a pretty lucky shot because of where it hit.
Okay.
Is there a exit hole?
You go around the other side and you do not see an exit hole.
Okay. So Sal says probably whatever hit it's probably still inside it.
Good idea. Uh, I'll head up the beach and see if I can crawl into it and see what's inside.
As you make your way inside, you do find a few more dead bodies. Um, they some of them appear to have drowned. Appear to have drowned before the ship made it in. They look like they've been pinned under various pieces of wreckage, and were probably from where the thing took place. The hit took place were possibly below the waterline at the time. But yeah, as you make your way in, you find a ballista bolt sitting basically in the bottom of the bow of the shipwreck.
Oh wow. Do I look at the ballista bolt. Does it appear to be anything special?
No, no, it appears to have been, as far as you can tell. I mean, your familiarity with ballista, not perfect by any means, but as near as you can tell, this is just what looks to be like a standard missile.
Okay. But do those normally punch through the holds of ships?
Somehow this one did.
Yeah, that's what seems weird about it. 'Cause normally I think something that large would just stick in the hull. Okay. But so we see at least one, maybe more holes.
Uh, this is the only one that you see.
Okay.
However, again, there's only about a third of the ship here.
True. Ugh, sorry. Okay. Well, I'll bring the bolt out if I can carry it, if I'm able to.
All right.
Say, this looks like it hold the ship.
So when he shows it, Sal looks at it and he thinks back to when he was down in the hull of the other ship. And does this look familiar compared to the one that was fired or that he saw down in the ship that they came in on?
Um, it looks like that type. Yeah, it you definitely looks like that type of bolt. Um, this one actually is maybe a bit smaller than the ones that you had seen in the others. This looks like it was made for a ship that not quite the size of the Dauntless.
Okay. So he mentions that to the group that maybe a smaller ship had taken this out compared to what they came in on.
Okay, that makes sense.
And so at this point, we see only a third of the ship sticking out. Lagamundo is kind of looked through the hold where this or hole where the bolt was. Anything else like surrounding the ship, tracks or anything like heading off into the woods? Anything that we can see around it that would suggest that kind of there was activity that maybe was there at the ship and then left, or it's just totally kind of barren. There's nothing else that's going on.
Um, as you look around, you note that those 5 pairs of tracks are the only ones that you find.
And those tracks are just around the ship, or they're leading into the woods.
They are from the rowboat leading towards the woods,
Okay.
leading inland.
Okay.
All right. Well, they're getting away from us. Let's see if we can follow them.
All right.
Agree.
Get away from the map for a bit.
If we weren't in a hurry, I would suggest we stick around and bury all of the folks, but the sea's taken some already. Let's
Yeah,
go out. Let's go on our mission here.
the final count, you count 24 among the dead that you were able to find at the shipwreck.
Yeah, we could bury it when we get back or with assistance. That'll take a while.
Before we move on, I think it was either Hans or Sal had gone to search that. I think it was Hans went to search that wizard. Did he have anything on him, or the guy who looked like he was dressed like a wizard?
He's you note that he does have a ring on him. However, it does not appear to be a magical ring. It looks to be a signet ring.
All right, I'll take it.
Do you recognize it?
Yeah. Is it like part of his order or something, or is there an order that it might belong to?
Okay, for you, this give me an intel check. This one's going to have a reasonably high difficulty level for you.
Well, good thing that I'm highly intelligent. Let's see how I do on this.
And humble as well.
That's right.
15. 15, not that great.
Did you add your level?
Yep. And that's a prime, so
yeah, the it takes a bit for it to come to you, but it finally does come to you that this is a signet ring, basically a servant of the crown.
when we say servant of the crown,
What
is the
basically
significance
somebody attached to the royal offices
Of Nyrond.
of Nairobi.
Okay, I'm just gonna commit to memory. What color are his robes? Is it a he or a she, first of all?
It's a he. Looks to have been in his mid 50s or so. The robes, his robes are kind of torn. He took a beating while stuck at the rocks. Both his body and his clothing, or bits of it, are torn. There are bits of royal purple, and also what appears to be like a darker orange to them.
All right. Well, I'm gonna hold on to the ring, not because I necessarily want it, but there might be somebody who needs to know this guy's dead.
That's a good idea.
All right. All right. So you start making your way up up the path, following the prince. Agamando, remember I gave you that wisdom check before?
Mm-hmm.
What you realize now is you following the prince, and you're having to clear stuff out of the way, and that's the point at which you realize that you hidden beneath like the scattered leaves and foliage and such were the fact that there are prints going towards the shore, as well actually from the shore up this hill, as well as continuing up the hill from where that intersection was that you didn't see before.
Okay. Well, I'll point that out to everyone. So, did the tracks, you say, leave the main path and continue up to the north?
Yes.
Okay. Well, we'll follow them as best we're able to. Only
Do
we
we,
had
if
a
they go to two
ranger.
different, if they go to two different places, should we like not split up, but just go to one place and then go to the other one?
Oh yes, let's not split up. Oh, we lost somebody. Oh,
No, he
we're
just went to go
back.
get a power cord. He'll be
Oh,
back
okay.
in like 30 seconds. I might
And
go get a drink for like 15 seconds
well,
if you
yeah,
guys
you know something. We are at the 2 hour mark, so why don't I know we took a break already, but let's take our official break here.
Okay.
There is a giveaway going on for a $10 Troller Games digital product giveaway gift card. Uh, exclamation point ticket to enter. And we will be back in about 10 minutes or so.
All right.
All right, and we are out. Mics will still be live.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna go get a drink myself.
So I don't know if I told you guys, but since Gary Con, my mission was to see how other people DM because I was really sick of all the DMing that was going on kind of prior to meeting Rob and like Jay Scott and all those guys. And so I kind of decided that I was going to go and see all these different people GM different things and use different systems. And so I started writing this module,
Mm-hmm.
which was I don't know. I'm a big fan of second edition and like first edition and that kind of stuff. Like I just feel
Sure.
like those people really had that creative like juice that wasn't like, oh, we're just gonna kind of be superheroes or replicate stuff. Like they really researched like things and like, you know, did really cool stuff. If you guys ever read a book, it's called Master of the Game, not role playing, but like Master of the Game by Gary Gygax, and it's like it's epic. It's like how to be like a really good game master.
Cool.
And so anyways, I converted it. I took this little tiny module from the Wizard's Handbook in second edition. It's like this little magical island that you go to, and there's all these portals, and there's all these traps, and I converted it to 5e, but like a light 5e, not like with stupid death saves and like all of these dumb things that they put in. It's like at 0 you're unconscious, at -10 you die. You roll a d6 for initiative with the DM and you go around the table. So I kind of like changed it up in a way that makes 5e kind of still fun and deadly as opposed to whatever the hell it is.
Yeah, it's
It's tough. It's a tough sell because with Pathfinder 1.0 and 3.5, we always just got to the same point where it was like we're level 15 or 16 and we're just rolling through everything and people just get bored, right? So
oh good.
that was my thing.
Yeah, I'm running some next weekend. I'm running some old school essentials or sort of BX with a little bit of 1E flavoring. And I told him it's going to be death at 0 hit points. So just prepare yourselves.
Wow.
Nice.
That's all. Uh, to me, that's the funnest is when there's the threat of death. I mean, I think 5e, although it's got some good things in it, I think it's very board gamey, right? I mean, it's kind of designed to keep your superhero alive doing stuff.
I think,
And
yeah, well,
and it's
I think
It-
my issue has I've got mechanical issues with 5e. Oddly enough, the whole death saves thing is not one of them. I'm more of I hate the bonus actions. It was kind of interesting because I mentioned it last night and or yesterday morning, and April Hill mentioned the fact that they're reworking or basically making a lot of changes to bonus actions because I think it's terribly implemented. It makes the action economy of 5e really weird. 5e DMing 5e requires, especially if you're used to, especially if you've gone from like 1e, 2e, or even like BCMI or just BX straight to 5e. You really have to change the way you think about DMing and how things work because it is a different mindset. Um, I went from 2 to 4 to 5, so it wasn't I didn't struggle with it quite as much. I mean, it can definitely be deadly even the way it is. It's a matter of how hard you want to push on in terms of resources. The players' resource management is always going to be the name of the game, and 5e requires you push a little harder on those resources. Make it harder for them to find spots to rest. I never felt the need to like cut down on long rest or short rest in terms of what they do, just because, things were dangerous enough.
Yeah, I would say this like 5e, I've played it for years. I DM'd it. I actually rather like it. Like levels 1 to 7, and then it starts to really kind of fall apart. But it's not the only RPG where that happens.
That was my
And I-
only problem. Yeah, that was my other problem. At starting at like level, especially level 9, it became a completely different game. That's where I was like, yeah, no, I don't enjoy this at all anymore. I
yeah,
mean, I can play a fantastical game, but when your campaign has to completely switch because they've now hit a different level, that to me that's not fun. I don't enjoy that.
and I think it's a game like it's the same thing with Pathfinder 2e. Like any game where it takes a lot of time to make a character, it's going to be harder to kill him. It's
So
generally it's the
so
same.
Yeah.
Pathfinder 2e is decidedly not that game.
Yeah.
Especially if you run the Pathfinder 2e adventure paths, those things are tuned very.
Oh.
Go lie down. Enough of you. Yeah, Pathfinder 2e is not that. Trust me, Pathfinder 2e is really easy to kill characters in Path. We found that out. I did a level 1 through 10 adventure path that I was a player in, and we lost 4 characters in that campaign.
Oh, yeah.
From
Yeah, it does not punish. Like 5e is very gentle on stupidity.
yeah, absolutely.
Pathfinder
it's more forgiving. Yeah.
Pathfinder 2e, I saw a 5e player rush forward out of the group to attack this group of monsters, and he got smoked. It was just, I said, the other guys at the table were like, "Are you a 5e player?" And he's like, "Yeah, okay."
So I'll throw this out there. I don't know if anybody's played Hackmaster 5th Edition, but
I feel like Hackmaster 5th Edition keeps getting thrown at me as far as things I should try. I'm like, I've got enough systems.
I'm telling you, it is a system that it really, you do not have, even at like 14th level, you're not a superhero. I mean, because the way the system is set up, you could pit a 14th level guy against an orc, and depending on a particular hit, your guy's done. I mean, it really, there is always the air of death right around the corner in that game. And it's one of the things that I personally really love about that system.
Yeah, people like it. I think games like that I love to play. Like, I just wouldn't know if I'd want to run it. Like, I'd like to play it, sure, but I'm not sure I'd want to run it. But
it's very crunchy and everything, but I mean, once you get into it and you really kind of start playing it and learn it, it really is very, it's not all that difficult. It's brutal and gritty, and it's fantastic. I mean, I personally absolutely love it.
I come from wargaming, so it always interests me. I'm always like, tactical complexity, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
All right, let's get back to the matter at hand. Welcome back, everybody. We are in the middle of a Embers of Empire campaign session. The Coming Storm. The party has been sent on a mission to find out the disposition of a VIP whose ship had gone missing amid some violent storms. They were able to make landfall successfully. They were able to find the wreckage of the ship. They found out the ship may have had some help in being run aground based on the ballista bolt that appears to have pierced the hull. And they know that most of the crew has died in the shipwreck or at some point during the journey. Though they have not seen no obvious signs. They've recovered a signet ring from what looks to be a wizard attached to the royal offices, but they're not clear that they found they found who they're searching for. As a matter of fact, one of the things that does strike you in retrospect is you get the feeling that if it had been the VIP, they would not have left the body behind. So there is that.
It's more VIP adjacent. This person.
Yeah. So you're following along. The skies have gotten darker. Lagamondo, as you're following the group, what we call it, the trail leading to higher ground, we get to a rocky area, and there is the sound. You hear the sound of some rushing water ahead.
Okay.
One thing that you also find is you find that there is another set of footprints that appears to be trailing. You're not entirely clear when the footprints. Actually, do me a favor. Give me a wisdom check. I should probably have that decided.
Okay.
One thing I want to throw out here, Rob, this is not necessarily my forte, checking for tracks and everything.
Mhm.
But I think with my deity being got to travel and that kind of stuff, my eyes will constantly be on the weather to
Okay.
try and like determine how soon it's gonna really,
Give me a
start.
wisdom check.
I got a 16, Rob. I failed. It's not a prime.
Okay. Yeah, you're not entirely sure, but you note that there's another set of tracks, and they don't appear to be tracks made by some kind of softer heeled or softer soled footwear. Does not, they do not appear to be wearing like the hard boots.
No big heel marks, right?
No,
Okay.
no. You recognize probably footwear more built for silence.
Silence.
Thraskin, give me a wisdom check.
Yeah, my wisdom check was the bare minimum. It's 12 prime.
Yeah,
So.
you're looking at the thing, the storms, what you call it, the clouds above, and you figure you may have an hour or so before the storm really sets in. There is the start of a light drizzle. Thankfully, if nothing else, despite the rain, it is still reasonably warm. You get the feeling that, if nothing else, at least you're not going to it's not going to be a cold soak.
I let everybody know that we will be needing to find shelter. Within the hour we're going to get hit with
Well,
something pretty
let's
tough.
stay on their path while we still have trails to follow. If we get a good soaking, we will lose this trail. So I pick up the pace and look over my shoulder every few minutes to make sure I'm not losing the armor wearers.
I'm huffing and puffing but loving St. Cuthbert all the same and making my way.
As you keep going, the sound of the rushing water and the cause of it becomes apparent as you find yourself looking at a deep ravine with water going at a mighty clip. It's coming down fast from wherever it is, and you note that the direction it's coming from, that's where the clouds are darker, and there seems to be some evidence that it is already raining hard there.
On that note, it just started storming here, so hopefully I stay with everyone.
So I think I mean I'm going to turn around to the group and I'm going to say I think, like, we're on a really tight timeline here, guys. We got to find people and we got to get them out of there, because yeah, I mean, they said there's another storm that might come, so we should try to find whoever we can, and because we don't want to be in the same position as these guys, right?
All right. And if there's a deluge, at that point, maybe we can take shelter. But until there's lightning and thunder and, you know, we lose our trail, we got to follow this as best we can. Okay, so we're coming up to a natural
Natural stone
rock
grade. Yeah.
causeway. Okay, that goes over. Is that a river
Well, yeah.
or
It's
just a crevice?
right now it may as well be a river. Whether this is just basically the storm runoff or not is not entirely clear, but there looks to be a substantial amount of water rushing below, and it may very well carry you out to sea. The causeway itself, the rock, as it's pretty much exposed to the elements here, the rock itself looks very smooth,
Okay.
which would be. Oop, we lost somebody. Who did we lose? We lost.
I don't see
Yoav.
Bob.
Oh, no, I got Bob. I've got.
Okay.
It's Yoav that we're missing.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just see your hands. Okay.
Yep.
We'll leave that for a moment. See if he can. If he comes back quick. Oh,
Okay.
There we go.
Hans just got swept out to sea.
And of course, there's a question of whether or not I need to rearrange everything again. All right. It looks like I just need to switch.
Sorry, guys.
Here, he's coming back. There he is.
There we go.
I
Hey, that was easy.
pressed a button and I screwed it all up. I'm sorry if I messed up the Twitch
Nah,
stream.
it's all right. No big deal.
He's got it all back already.
Smooth rock. That's
Look.
what I heard. The smooth rock. was the
Listen,
last-
after the start we got off to, this has been downgraded to a semi-professional stream.
Full of
Okay.
skill.
Staying, keeping my center of gravity low, I will make to you know what? Does somebody carry any rope?
Let me take a look.
I don't carry rope because I need to keep my weight low.
Sal's got rope.
I have
Yeah,
rope.
give me one end of it and I will run across just on the off chance that there's a problem crossing.
Okay. Sal hands part, some of his rope. He's got 50 feet.
Okay. And like I said, keeping my center of gravity low, I'll thread the middle path there down the middle of that.
All right. Give me a dexterity check.
Hopefully, if I fail that, then I failed as a monk rogue. Let me 17 prime. So
Yeah. All right. You're able to make it to the other side. One thing
and
that
I'll
you
look to see if there's anything to tie it off on. If not, then let's see. I gave up all my hammers and spikes and all that other crapola because I'm carrying a halberd around instead.
I have some spikes. Dude could have taken those.
when you get to the other side, one of the things that you do find is that there are two bodies here.
Oh no. Bodies of what?
Hold on a second.
Are we talking humans
Corpses. Yep.
or the detritus of humanoids? And how does it appear they died?
One here. And one kind of wedged in here. If you're still holding the rope, not quite clear. You're
Okay. I will I'll go out to the end here, right at the end of that rocky area and find something to someplace to tie it off on the edge of that rock.
all right.
And I say, got some bodies over here. I probably have to shout it.
Yeah, I'm like, you have buddies over there? Would you invite?
Yeah, I got two buddies over here. Plus, I've got my stupid Romwad accent. Yeah, I got a couple of buddies over here. I'm gonna need some help. So I will tie it off as best I can in case there's people want to hold on to it as they cross.
Yeah, I will guess come over next. I don't like water or heights, and the entire time I'm muttering to myself, I love St. Cuthbert. I love St. Cuthbert. And
And I'll actually stand by the rope and I'll I'll split my time between looking out at anything that could potentially approach us here and then making sure my companions are making it over, because if somebody has to jump into that water to save somebody, it's probably going to be me.
All right. So what I want you to do, the rest of you, I want you to give me you're going to give me a dexterity check, but the only thing I'm curious about is if anybody rolls like a 3 or lower. So 1, 2, or 3.
Got an 18 on the die there.
Nice. Don't be afraid to use regular hero points. By the way, Robert, did we get any special hero points?
Giving you 2 regulars, 1 special.
Okay. And if we already had a special from last time we didn't use, is it
Yep.
additive? Yes.
Yeah, you can all hold on to that. I'm not keeping track of those, so you're on your honor with those.
And the regular heroes just get reset each time,
Yeah,
right?
the regular heroes get reset each time.
Okay. So I won't.
Rob, I rolled a 10 non-prime, but it's not
All right.
3 or less.
Not worried about that. Anyone roll a 1, 2, or 3?
No.
All right. So you're able. There are times when it's a little tricky, but you're able to, between the rope and the taking it slow across, you're able to make your way across. At that point, Lagamundo, are you like searching the bodies?
I will. I'll leave Sal to recoil his rope. And
All
then
right.
I'll go up and I'll search my buddy on the north. So the guy on the upper part of the map.
Thraskin, give me a wisdom check.
Add level.
Yep, at your level.
He's the only one that
16 prime.
All right. By the way, unless I tell you not to, always add your level. I'll tell you
Okay.
specifically in any case where you don't, just to make it easy.
Okay.
Thraskin, as you're making your way across, because you're like you're not only looking down, but you're also sort of looking up for signs of the weather and such. One thing that you note in the tree line beyond the rocks, there look to be 2 lizard folk who are watching all of you.
Yeah.
Okay. I will give a whistle and say lizardmen in the trees.
You're whizzing in the trees. Is the rain still coming down hard?
Yeah. Lizard men. Tree line.
So, Rob, the body on the north.
Mm-hmm.
See, how did it, number one, who is it? How is it a human? Is it something other than human? And is it clear how they died?
It is human. It is, it looks to be one of Nyrandi's guard, Nyrandi's military. They've got the heraldry on their armor.
Oh, okay.
It takes you a little bit to find what killed them. It's not 100% clear. Give me an intel check.
I can do that.
He's got it.
Oh, nice. 22 prime.
Yeah, so you feel something drop, basically something in the pit of your stomach begins to bother you, and you look and you realize that there's something about the coloration that isn't right.
Poisoned.
And you're able to find what looks to be like a really small dart, um, just on that looks to have fallen in its armor, just fallen about their armor, as they slump to the ground, and a little bit of pinprick in their neck
Okay.
from the dart.
I shout to my friends, say, watch out them lizards in the trees, they're using poison darts. These guys died from poison darts.
And the rain is still coming down, Rob.
The rain is still coming down.
You have poisonous thoughts? Oh, that's
Yeah,
not-
poison darts.
Um, go and well, actually, what does everyone else do? There is still the one to the south.
I pull my shield out.
yeah, mine is
All
out
right.
as well.
I've got my staff out in one hand that's still got the light. I believe the light. I don't know if it is still going. I think that 0 level light spell is pretty like long lasting and annoying. But if not, I do have my I can double check it. But I've got my wand of magic missiles out.
Okay.
I pull that out in case these little lizard guys wanna tango.
The two lizard folk, they realize that they've been seen. They don't make any move. They appear to just be observing you.
Well, I'm observing them. I'm observing them right back. I'm looking right at them.
Well, if nobody else searches the buddy to the south, I go check my buddy to the south and see if he died a similar fate.
He did, as a matter of fact. You find it. You find the dart in the back of his neck, still attached. Give me another intelligence check.
All right. I have a feeling this might have been maybe from the person or things that were following them from the shore. So my int check is poor. I rolled a 1. Because
Yeah.
that's how it always goes with me when I'm looking for clues.
You're
Yeah, I
let's
mean-
put it this way. You have a strong suspicion, but maybe it's the presence of the lizard men and the knowledge that lizard men are not above using poison. You're torn between the two possibilities. You're no longer sure it's lizard men, but you're not 100% sure that it was whoever was following the group.
Yeah, I mean, do the darts look like primitively made, or do they look like they would be made by people?
When you take a closer look at the darts, yeah, it does strike you that these do not look primitively made.
Okay. These look like these was made in Realm Mod for throwing darts in a tavern.
And the two lizard folk start making their way down to you.
And you wizards got comprehend languages, or maybe we'll get lucky and these Googlers speak common.
I hope they read it too, and I pull out a pamphlet.
Jeez.
Humans, dwarves.
I hold up an empty hand, although the other one obviously holds a halberd. Can't really hide that.
Yeah, the two of them are holding long spears in their hands, as I stand there. Only
Said,
one of the only one of the two. The one on above is the one that speaks.
yeah, they don't appear to be hostile. They otherwise I doubt two of them would come up to a whole bunch of us.
Too many of you. Why you bother? Our island belongs to us.
We don't want to be on your island. We're looking for some people. Their floating ship crashed here, and they came inland, probably looking for a settlement.
Yes. We see. We see too late. Bodies spoil. No good for eating. These
Yeah,
bodies, no good for eating. What use?
yeah. People's no good for eating.
Oh, people good eating. Not these. Not these.
Did you see where they went?
Oh, higher up. High. They they seek to outrun that one who follows. They seek to outrun us as well. but but all will be ours. All of them.
Well, we just want to
One of
get
them
one.
One of them soft flesh. We will enjoy the soft flesh.
I squint my eyes a little bit. What do you mean, soft flesh?
What is word? What is word? Yes, yes. Woman.
Ah, well, we don't wish to be on your island any longer than we have to. We just want to follow up to them and take them back down and throw them on a ship and get them out of here.
Oh, no. Deny us. Deny us our hunt. They come to our island. We shall have our kills.
I will.
There
Am I
is,
within range
by
of
the way,
this?
there. You also note there is additional movement in the tree line just beyond the rocks.
Yeah, I had a feeling.
Yeah, there's
I was
there
about to say,
there's more of them here. I do whisper in Lugamundo's ear. They smell of fish and paganism.
mm, paganism, that's the worst part, right? Well, we're going to go get them now.
Nice talking to you guys.
You see the two of them set their spears in front of them. No, you will turn around, go from whence you came. Hurry, the storms are coming. The rain's bad. You be washed away.
Well,
How much movement up in the trees do we?
You figure there's at least three more.
Well, sorry, fellows, we do have to go. So, uh, maybe you can, maybe if you catch them first, who's to say? And I'll just start walking that way. And if any of them chase up to me, they're going to eat a halberd.
yeah, I'm the same way. I'm kind of like, yep, let's go, and I follow right after them. And if somebody comes, I'm gonna hack their arm off.
Yeah, they're the two of them. We're gonna roll initiative because the two of them are basically
Yep.
have their spears set in case you know. So it tells you immediately that a charge would not be advisable.
Mm-hmm.
So
Don't force me to make good decisions, Castle Keeper.
let's move this a bit so you can see. And of course, it ends like right there. All right. Everybody roll D10. And remember, no bonuses. No bonuses to your roll. Anybody going on 10?
I got a 10.
All right, Lagwando.
So is there anything stopping me from going around them?
Yeah, I mean, figure that I can't really show it because unfortunately that's where the map ends.
Okay, so they have long spears, right?
Yes.
Okay, well, I also have a um
Yeah, basically you're going to have
pole
equal
arm,
reach.
so
So
we'll have equal reach, and the way it works is that pole arms go first usually. So if
Mhm.
theirs are considered pole arms and mine considered a pole arm, then mine will
they
go
cancel
first.
each other out. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm going to attack.
All right.
I shouldn't have to charge. It looks like
Nope.
I'm probably close enough to
Yep.
just move and attack.
Yep.
Remember, you brought this on yourself. And a nat 18 that brings me to 25 to hit.
That's going to hit.
And the damage is 13 points.
Ooh. Yeah, your halberd comes down and slices right through. He was not prepared for that, and you get a general spray of green ichor and then some red beneath as the lizardman is basically just almost torn in two from the halberd.
All right. There, you can eat your buddy if you're still hungry.
All right. Anyone else on 10? On 10, these two do not attack on 10. However, four spears come flying out from the tree line. And they are basically going to be at Sonius and Roxanne. Two each. The first one.
They hate lobster people.
The first one misses Sonius. Looking at distance. The second one actually hits Roxanne. The third one misses Sonius. And the fourth one misses Roxanne.
I give a sanctimonious bored look.
She lets out a very unladylike curse. Her gentle nature is kind of given away from the as she curses the getting hit from something thrown at range. All right. 9, 8, 7.
I'm on 8. I have a question. How far away do how far away is the tree line where these spears are coming in?
About 15 feet, about 20 feet beyond Lagamundo.
Okay. I use the wand of darkness.
All right.
And I want to put the globe kind of at the edge of that so it goes back. So more or less it's wherever they are will encompass them and they can't see beyond it. I mean, it's 20 feet high and
all right. You hear the sound of angry lizard folk. I'm not even going to try to replicate it because I'm going to a coffee fit, but they are not happy. All right. That was 8, 7.
Okay, so since there was that darkness that was put on,
You generally
uh
know where they are. You got to see the spears get thrown, so you're
okay, I'm
pretty
gonna
aware.
if that's the case, then I'm gonna pop a sleep on these guys.
All right.
Let me
S-
just
I just need to know how
just
many hit
go,
die that impacts.
yeah, I'm just looking that up here right now.
Think it's 2d4.
2d4, I believe that's
I,
correct.
hold on.
I'm just looking it up right now.
You're right, Asher.
Okay.
2d4.
Okay. So should I roll the 2d4?
Yep. Go ahead and roll the 2d4.
All righty then.
Good luck. Godspeed. St. Cuthbert loves fours.
Yeah, well,
Did you roll
apparently
double
St.
ones?
Cuthbert wasn't like shining upon me today. So two.
Oof.
Mm-mm.
Well, I mean, you're kind of rewarded with a thump. Apparently, one of the lights went out, and one of them said, "All right, I'm taking a nap now."
Sorry, guys. I thought I would maybe take out like two of them or three of them, but oh well.
Oh, I forgot to roll for Roxanne's initiative. That was bad. Yeah. All right. Well, never mind. Um, what was that on 6? 5, 4. The other one, since you're right there, the other lizard folk steps up to try to avenge his buddy and swings at you. Yeah, I'm thinking AC 13 is not going to do it.
Uh, Rob, for what it matters, I was kind of just right behind Lugamundo. Really, I should be closer.
You're right on who?
Lugamundo, is that who's ahead by the?
Oh, okay. All right. I didn't.
I
Okay,
was
that's
very
fine.
close to him.
Then, what do you call it? Roxanne would have moved up with you. So, anybody, what do you call it? So in that case, 3, 2.
Sal's,
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Sal.
Sal's on 3.
All right, Sal.
Uh, So he's gonna, and right now on, it looks like on, there's 2 on Lagamundo.
No, actually, this one's dead.
Okay. So there's only 1 left there on Lagamundo. So
Yes.
he'll do a magic missile on that one.
All right. Roll damage.
So that's for 8 points.
8 points. The lizard folk feels the bolts hit it, and staggers a bit, but regains his footing. 2.
I'm at 2.
Go, Tonis.
All right, I'm gonna step up to the one right there.
All right, it's already done its swing, so it
Oh,
does
okay.
not it does not get to hit you at range.
Does a 25 hit it?
That's going to hit.
$11 points.
Yep. Between the magic missile and your swing, you catch it along the side because it's turned to face Lagamundo. You catch it along its side, cutting deep, and the creature falls to the ground in a crumple.
I do free action. I throw a pamphlet down. I said probably waste on an illiterate beast, but you never know.
We're gonna have to talk about how many pamphlets you're actually carrying at some point.
I think we agreed. I had a bag of unlimited pamphlets.
Oh man, it's like the postman. He's got a postman's bag slung over his shoulder, just full of pamphlets.
Heard of a holy water sprinkler. He's got something that just pamphlets just fly out of.
You can never be encumbered by righteousness. So we're good.
All right, and now the trail ahead of you is covered in darkness. Um, and you hear
I
some
can-
shuffling. You hear some shuffling and such. It's not quite clear what's going on.
I can cancel that at any time, I say.
Let's wait to see if they come out.
How long do you want to wait?
If they don't come out in 30 seconds, we're going in after them.
All right. Yeah, no, after 30 seconds, they do not come out.
All
And
right.
as a matter of fact, you're not hearing much sound anymore either.
Well, let's follow the trail then. Dismiss the darkness if you need to. Or
I do
let's
that.
just walk straight through the darkness to see if we catch them unaware on the other side.
You dismiss the darkness, and three of the four that were there have basically run off. Whether they just decided to abandon their buddy or they were unable to find their sleeping buddy in the darkness is unclear. But there's one lizard man just sleeping amongst the foliage.
Coup de grace.
All right. Well, that's one dead lizardman.
Yeah. I didn't want to talk to him anyway. He probably didn't know anything that their buddies didn't. We look for high ground and head in that direction. At least they told us that much. If there's no clear trail to follow.
Yeah. You're able to travel for maybe another hour or so. And you realize that the saving grace is you're starting to lose the trail from the rain,
Mhm.
or basically lose the trail in the sense of the footprints and such. The good news is there does only seems to be one general direction they can go. But you find yourselves having to take shelter as the worst of the storm is now hit. The rains. I mean, you could keep going if you wanted to, but the rains are at this point are torrential. The going is slow. The ground is at times very uneven, and there comes a point where you feel like entire buckets of water are being dumped on your head from where it's falling off the trees.
I don't think this is a good situation. I think we need to consider, you know, finding some people and getting back, or we're gonna have to take shelter soon.
Well, if we have to take shelter, we have to take shelter. But we've got a mission. And I doubt these lizard men are gonna come out and fool us after the rain stops.
You do find what appears to be a natural cave that you could potentially use. The a quick inspection finds that does not occur. Apparently, it's not inhabited at the moment.
I would just say this one thing. I'm assuming that because of all the water that's falling, whatever tracks we were following are gone at this point.
Yeah, that's a good bet.
All right. Well, I mean, I'm just gonna point out, I don't know what the point is of us running around in the rain in a massive storm trying to find people. But if you guys want to keep going, we can. There's a
No,
cave.
let's go to the cave.
Yeah, I agree.
Agreed.
All
And
right.
I like as we go into the cave, I'm gonna take out a bottle of that high proof alcohol and I'm gonna, give it out. People, it must be kind of cold, you know. Maybe try to dry off some of my cloak somehow. Maybe we should start a fire. What do you guys think?
If you need it.
Sure.
Let's organize a watch and let's just see how long this lasts. I'll take the first watch and set a fire if you wish.
I'll take the second watch.
Well, it's a good thing there's a fire so I can see. So I'll take the third watch.
Yeah, I think of us, only Thraskin can see in the dark.
Yeah.
Sal can. He's an elf.
Oh, that's right. Excellent.
And just as a precaution, I want to kind of do a precursory search around the the perimeter of this cave. I don't know how big it is or whatever, but I want to just make sure that it's pretty solid stone around us. That
Okay.
there's no crevice for anything to come out of.
All right. You do a search of the cave, and as you're doing it in the back of the cave, you realize that some of the stone does not look like the rest of it. There's it seems out of place.
Lagamundo,
Yeah, yeah.
I've found something strange back here.
All right, hold on.
Bring some light, and I want you to come take a look at this.
Let me throw one more log on here. And I go back there and I pull out my hand axe, and it's magical. It gives off a little bit of a glow.
And I, feeling along, I show him kind of the differences in the stone and stuff.
That's
So
very interesting. That rock's different than that other rock. I don't know what I'm supposed to understand about this, though.
see if you can see some mechanism or
Let
something,
me,
perhaps to.
I'll do a thorough search to see. I kind of, when he says secret, I'm like, it didn't occur to me. I thought he was trying to see if I knew anything about geology, which is not something that I have studied. So I'm gonna do a search to see if there's any hidden compartments or any sort of levers or hollow places or anything that is something a more civilized sort from Realm Mod might be able to find.
Give me a check.
23 prime.
Wow.
You're able to find a spot where using some kind of something to pry it, you could potentially open a stone door.
Oh. Okay. Hey, guys, check this out. I'll ask if anyone has a pry bar. Boy, I used to carry all this stuff, but then I realized I had to keep my weight low to move fast.
Yeah, Sal walks up to it and looks at it and kind of then does a little incantation and casts knock on it.
Oh, is it locked?
Oh, it isn't?
I
Oh,
it's
thought
not
we were
locked.
able to pry it open.
all right.
Mhm.
I was just calling your attention to it.
Then he doesn't do that.
All right. Yeah, you're able to get the door open.
Just kind of like a sliding panel or something.
No, it actually more is being able to pry it outward. It appears to be heavy. But on the far side of it, when you open it, you realize on the far side, there is actually rope and attached via metal, almost like metal loops that appear to be drilled into somehow or hammered into the door, so that it can be closed from this side.
Closed
Well,
from the inside, like
Yes,
pulled.
well, let's go on
as in
in.
pulled closed.
close. It's, I'll actually move to extinguish the fire.
Thraskin, what throws you is the loops appear to be dwarven made.
This is a dwarven make.
You found a hideout for you and your bride to be to come someday.
Yeah, that's right. Interesting.
I'll go extinguish the fire I was just building. Say, let's check this out. It's not like it was the end of the day, so we got some time left this in us.
I do whisper to Thraskin, women are the gateway to perdition. And I follow.
There is the sound. You hear the sound kind of like echoing in this. I wouldn't call it a hallway, but basically tunnel. A tunnel through the hill.
Maybe we'll find some dwarven allies who can help us find the shipwreckies.
And as you get closer, you can hear the sound of basically rainfall on the far side. Eventually, you turn a little corner and you can see you can see the outside. The walls of this place are very, very slick. It appears to have the dampness for however long it's been here has basically smoothed out the rock. It's a little slippery, but with careful footfalls, it's even enough or flat enough that you're able to make it. But yeah, you can tell that this opens into another area that has where the rain is coming. Rain is coming down hard.
It opens up into another area where it's outside.
Outside, yeah.
Okay. So is there anything in this space that the dwarves have made?
Give me. Let's see. Thraskin, as you're looking at it, you realize that this tunnel is a little almost too perfect to be natural.
It seems like it was bored out. The area that it opens up into, and I know it's raining pretty hard, but I mean, in looking out there, is it almost like it's like the inside of perhaps like a crater in this little hill, or does it open?
If you didn't know,
vastness.
The more you look at it, the if you didn't know better, you would swear this was a mining tunnel, which, based on where it is, makes absolutely zero sense to you.
But it just connects a natural cave back with another cave where it's raining on the other side.
Another outdoor area where it's raining. Basically, the far side of the hill.
Okay.
Right.
Search the entire length of the tunnel to see if there's like another hidden area off of it.
Yeah, I'll assist with that.
You don't find. I'll save you the rolls, but yeah, no, there's no evidence between Sal and Thraskin, especially looking. There's no evidence of any hidden doors other than the one that you already found.
Okay. Well, that's strange. You're right. I'm wondering if the other side of this hill is an important area for dwarves, because otherwise, why would they carve out this escape tunnel to just another cave?
Right. And I will, I mean, you said it looks like a mining tunnel. Is there anything in going up along the tunnel? Do I notice any evidence of anything other than stone? Like, is this some sort of strange deposit of something that they had stumbled across at one point? I mean, why else would you block it off unless it was
No,
of importance?
not you're not finding anything. You're not finding any evidence of anything on this side. It's not clear why this is blocked off like this.
Hmm.
Of course,
Hmm.
it might help if you could see out the other side, but there's so much rain coming down that
Right.
you find yourself a bit stuck, as it were.
All right. Maybe we rebuild the fire. Grumble, grumble, grumble.
Okay, do you want to build the fire here or back on the other side of the door?
Let's build it on this side. Because it looks like the rain's coming down torrentially anyway.
Okay.
Maybe we'll see something on this side we didn't see before. And if we close off that dwarven door, if lizard men are following us in the rain, they won't find us there. They'll just find that we apparently started a fire and then put it out.
Okay. It is you start the fire for warmth. And you basically you set your watches. It is somewhere probably in the 4th hour of the fire, as things have started to really dry out a bit in here, that you notice markings appear on the walls in certain spots.
Kind
Well,
of
then-
markings.
And when Thraskin takes a look at them, whenever he gets around to taking a look at them, you note that there are markings that kind of are telling you, the direction to be going.
Tells me the direction to be going.
And it's pointing towards the open area.
Right. Is it still raining?
The rain stops sometime. The rain dies down maybe a couple of hours after midnight, and then really fully stops by just after sunrise.
Okay.
Okay, so we're stuck here overnight, it sounds like.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. And the writing in that, it more or less, I mean, does it describe anything, or it more or less is just saying, I mean, is there anything to it, or it's just giving directions to that area?
Give me a wisdom check.
Yeah. And I guess, is the writing old or new? I guess would be my
The writing is
question.
well. Actually, let's go with the wisdom check. See how much you get of this.
14 on the die, so 20, dirty 20.
The writing strikes you as actually being pretty old. As a matter of fact, the wording along with the markings that you see is in an older dwarven dialect, and it comes to mind stories you've been told with regards to dwarves making finding places either to hide or secret places where they could store things as needed, places no one would ever think to go, or would never think of dwarves to go, for that matter.
Just like a place to like
Potentially
cache things.
Regroup. Cache things, regroup, what have you.
Okay. I let everybody know that this appears to be some sort of a dwarven, either a cache or a place of respite, kind of a fail safe, or
Yeah, it seems odd.
large dwarven panic, more something like along those lines.
Yeah, it makes me wonder what else is out there in the rain.
Indeed. But I would say it has not been disturbed in quite some time. So at least that. I fear that those that we're looking for did not find this.
No. Well, no, I'm not going to say that. When you're saying the ones that you were looking for, you're not sure.
Yeah, because we shut the door.
Right.
All right. So we set our watches and we keep an eye out. People get a little rest. And we wait for the light of day and hopefully an end to this rain, this accursed rain.
Yeah. Do my prayers in the morning and spells, but once the weather breaks, yeah.
All right. As you exit the cave, which you exit on the currently open side.
Correct. Yeah.
As you look around when you exit, you realize that the feeling is that you're almost in a bowl. You can see the trees going upwards on all sides, but there still appears to be like rocks and rocks and dirt and beyond. Braskin, you feel that you may be currently in the in the pit of potentially what may have been at one point a volcano.
Right. Yeah. A crater or something
It had
like that.
a
We're
crater
in
of some
the
sort.
caldera.
Correct. Interesting. Huh.
So there's no real way out here.
It's highly possible. I say we go search this area. It's highly possible that there are more tunnels like this
Okay.
leading to other areas.
Okay. Let's search. And if we don't find anything, then we're going to have to go back out the other door and start headed for higher ground from a more accessible route.
Right.
All right. And you're keeping the same watch order that you had? I'm not watch
Yeah.
order. I'm marching
Same
order.
moving order.
Marching
Yeah.
order.
All right. Hold on a second. You do find a trail, basically some kind of walking trail. It's really not much more than areas where the trees are not quite as dense. And you slowly make your way, what feels like going downward. Sal, give me a wisdom check. The rain at this point has basically stopped for about an hour. Sal, I can't hear you, Doc.
17 non-prime.
17 non-prime. Sal, your ears pick up the sound of what sounds to be water somewhere off in the distance. You're not sure how far or what exactly it is, whether it's a river, but you definitely hear it first.
Okay. I let the group know. Do I know which distance it's coming from? Is it straight ahead or to the right or to the left?
It is actually straight ahead.
Okay.
You do kind of get the sense that it is further downward. The there's a bit of an echo, which is kind of throwing you off. Uh, as you make your way further down, everybody else can give me wisdom checks now.
My bane, the wisdom check.
Ooh.
Oh,
18 on prime.
18 non-prime. Also got it.
All right.
17 prime.
Yeah, Sanias and Legamunda, you hear the sound up ahead, further up ahead, and it does sound like rushing water. Thraskin, to your ears, it sounds like a waterfall, but not. It sounds like it's coming from somewhere in front of you. The tree line is kind of thick, though you can almost more feel than see the mist from it.
Is likely it's likely a waterfall that drains out of this. Would be my guess.
Well, let's have a look.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I'm having a little bit of a 1-year-old toddler emergency here. I got I gotta take off. Whatever it is, if I'm still around, blast it with a magic missile wand. There it is. That would be my last action. I'm sorry I have to go. It's a little bit early, but I
All
gotta
right.
go. There's screaming going on here, so
No, I understand. Let's see how to do this. Hmm. Let me see if this works with.
again, super sorry about this, guys.
Oh no, don't worry about it.
No
All right,
worries.
Take care.
Thanks, guys. I'll see you later, okay?
catch
See
you
ya.
later.
Sounds
All
good.
right. Apologize to everybody for the what do you call it? I need to rearrange things a bit. First of all, you guys are not over there, and that is not there either. I probably should have arranged this before I put the map up, but that's okay. Ooh, all right. And of course, the names are wrong because that would be too easy.
I'm right.
I've got extra names from the other group. So Doug Gillig.
Yes, you do.
Looks like
Oh, Lagamunda.
looks like Dirty's running the show now. He's the CK, man.
Boss, I'm the boss.
I'll leave you guys alone for 5 minutes, and this is what happens.
That's right.
All right, so let's do this.
We're in the water. Glub, 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 glub.
Do I have time to run to the restroom real quick?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead and run if you need to take a bio break while I get everybody reorganized because this will take a minute or two. I hope everyone who's watching the stream is enjoying it. We do have a giveaway going for $10 digital product coupon from Trollord Games. Exclamation point ticket to enter. Let's see. One of these days, I may actually go ahead and try Video Ninja, but today's not that day.
Does it automatically do this stuff for you? Automagically?
Well, the difference is it because it's static. I can set everything up ahead of time, so I know where everyone is going to appear. All right. So Legamundo, you're just entirely.
I'm good. Wow. I'm a little too big for my own britches.
All
Yep.
right.
Looks good.
So let's put Sonia's here. And who am I missing? I'm missing somebody. Where?
You're missing Thraskin.
All right, so let me now I have to like take out some of these zooms to figure out who you're hiding behind. He's hiding behind, and he's not hiding behind anyone.
He might be behind me. I don't know. I haven't moved. Nope.
Right, but I cleared out all of that, and I'm not sure. Oh, that's why, because it's over here.
Is it hiding under the giant pool? There we are.
I just need to wait for him to come back on so I can readjust with him actually in screen. All right, so I've got that part figured out. Now I just need to adjust everybody. Sal, okay, cool. Sal's got his already. So what I need to do is add Thraskin's text. That's fine. And Sonius's text.
Sonius.
These are probably a little too large, but what the hell?
His faith is large, so we're good.
And now let's get rid of people who are not here. Thorn's not here.
Predicting his emergency ends and he rejoins us as soon as you've got it fixed.
Well, that's easy. I can just go back to the other screen and then just need to move him to the correct spot. So Sonius. And just need Thraskin. And we do not have. Tyrella is not with you. However, we do have Roxanne.
What are you playing at Gen Con, Dale?
I think I'm signed up for, I think I tried to sign up for a whole bunch of CNC items and I only got one or two. and my buddy signed me up for a Car Wars thing. Aside from that, I don't know that I have anything planned.
Do they have a bit of CNC there?
Yeah, there's a little bit. I was wanting to run something, but I just never got around to writing a scenario or picking something that I wanted to run, so I probably won't end up running. I might run something impromptu.
Star Wars is a ball. I love it.
Yeah, there's a new version, and I don't know if you played the new version, but the
Now,
old version you just designed everything on paper and then you know, just tracked it on your sheet. But now they did a Kickstarter and it's all bits and cards and all sorts of plastic 3D printed stuff.
yeah,
I thought it,
last time I played it was in the 90s, so whatever version that was. But
well, we played the old version last year. We had a big mega thing and then the new version dropped and my buddy bought into the Kickstarter and came out with 40 million bits and bobs and broken cars, and now it seems to take forever. It's like we played one time for about 5 hours, and from what I could see, his car came out, did one turn, and then crashed, and it got shot to hell. And it literally took like 4 hours for us to arrive at that. Then everybody else lasted about an hour. I felt bad because he had spent a fortune on this game, and he was first out. I was like, next time I'm just going to shoot somebody else.
All right.
He's our friend with the man cave of games.
Did I really not add that? What did I do?
Hey, Robert, do we see the shadow of a hydra in that water?
No, thankfully, you do not.
I always,
We got to fight a hydra that came up out of the water our last session.
I always, I
Scared the
always,
shit out of me.
Um, characters, NPCs. Oh, okay. I guess I did not add that. I don't know why I didn't add that, but what are you gonna do? Add. Oh. No, that's not what I wanted. Documents. Which works in Berserk. There you go. Oh. All right. So, um, as you get closer to the stream of water, um, you see that there is definitely a waterfall up ahead. There's also what appears to be a stone bridge connecting two areas that surround the waterfall. That basically surround the waterfall on the short side, at the at the base. There is at the foot of the bridge on this side. There is a armored warrior, very obviously standing guard, and you see on the far side at the basically at the water's edge, a woman looks to be basically washing her hands, washing her face, possibly even what do you call it, taking some water to drink, and then taking some water and looks to be pouring it over a blade. You note that the the woman is also wearing armor. Very nice armor that you can tell from this point.
Hmm.
The guard. Is he wearing Nyron D's livery?
Yes, he is.
Okay. So good. We didn't lose our quarry. We found them. Said, "Hail, man of Nyron."
He basically snaps to attention, and you
We're here to rescue you.
and you hear him yell, "Man, we have company! Halt! Who are you? Who sent you?"
We were sent by Nyron to bring you back home.
Uh, he looks at the lot of you suspiciously. At which point, Roxanne steps forward. She Sonia, she turns to you and gives you her blade and her shield,
Mm-hmm.
and walks forward with her hands up, basically letting him see the emblem on her armor, the marking of the Knights of Eventide. We are the rescue. We know about the shipwreck. We know you've been followed. However, I must admit, you have us at a loss. We were not told who we were rescuing. The woman comes over to join him, and as she moves forward, you hear Sal. You actually hear an audible gasp come from Roxanne. Lagamundo, give me an intelligence check.
Oh, I already figured it's the princess that that saved the wife of the king, but I could be wrong. But I'll make an intelligence check. 14 prime.
Yeah, you're right about it being a princess, but it's not. It's not the heir to the throne. You are looking at the 29-year-old daughter of Prince Linward.
King Linward?
Yes, King. Not Prince. King Linward.
Wow. I was wrong. I nod my head, give a little kneel. We were sent to bring you home.
The guard looks. The guard, and you can tell by his livery that he's not only a guard, he's the guard captain. It's like, I've already lost 4 men. Well, 3 men that I know of. I believe we've lost a 4th. How? I do not know if it is safe to leave here.
Well, we're not sure it is either. We found a couple of your men by a stone bridge. It looked like they'd been poisoned by dots. Were you followed?
We hadn't thought so. There was no sign of the ship that attacked us, but somebody must have followed us. We didn't know what happened. Thank you for confirming what happened to the first 2. The third one, our third companion fell. A dart to the neck. Fell dead. One barely missed her Royal Highness.
Well, she should certainly wear a helmet, and as much as if she's got a male coif, perhaps.
You know that the princess is wearing plate mail.
Ah,
She smiles, and you notice that in her hand, in fact, is a helmet that she dons. It's like, that's a good suggestion. I think I will take you up on that.
as I'm sitting here wearing clothes.
Oh,
Are
this is
either of the two of you hurt?
no,
Have you
no,
sustained any harm?
no. We did have an encounter with some lizard men, but we were able to take care of it. Though I fear that they will be back in numbers.
They will. They claimed they'd seen you and that you belonged to them for their eating. And they were especially happy that there was a quote unquote soft skin among you, although you don't look especially soft to me, ma'am.
The guard captain can't help himself. He snorts and he turns and he says, "Apologies, Your Highness." And you note that she playfully whacks him on the arm.
How did you come to find yourself here? We came through a dwarven tunnel in the back of a cave. Did you come in from above or another route?
We came through the same tunnel.
Very good. We were lucky that the storm forced us to take shelter.
It's a good thing. The guard captain says it's a good thing Her Royal Highness is well versed in her histories. We would never have found it otherwise. We would not have known about it otherwise, I should say.
You knew what to look for. Very good. It is now the new day, and the boats from the ship that we come upon, the Dauntless, captained by Liam Fargo, await us below if we can quickly make our way there.
Well, I do not know whether it is safe to go back the way we came, or whether we should try find another route.
Unfortunately, we don't have any skilled woodsmen with us, so we can try to find another route back, but then we will be forced to go along the beach till we find our ships, and hopefully they've been able to make anchor after the storm.
In that case, we shall follow your lead.
Let us make haste.
Sal asks, are there any more of you besides just you two?
We are all that is left. It was just the five of us that made it onto the boat. Our wizard gave his life, strengthening the lifeboat just long enough for us to get ashore.
We found your wizard and his signet ring, which my friend over there has. We did not have a chance to give them the proper attentions as we were to search for you in haste.
Sal kind of and says that we should be going. It's going to be getting darker soon. It's going to take us a while to get back.
Yeah.
The guard looks at the captain looks at the princess, and she just says, "Lead the way, please."
All right. Well, off we go. Hopefully we try to head straight down as quickly as we can, although we'll try to avoid the way we came up.
That's smart. Let's do it.
All right.
One thing that I will do before we take off, I am going to introduce myself. I don't know that it was ever stated in character who this is. But I will give to her and her man. I will give each of them a potion of healing,
Can
and
I
say
make
in
a?
case.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say I'll give each of them a potion of cure light wounds, in case they don't have anything, and say use this if needed.
That is very kind of you.
I have a wicked smart idea. Sal, crud. We just had our two wizards here. Can we make the royal princess invisible so that an assassin cannot lay her low?
We definitely can. That would be my buddy next to me can help out with that. So and at that point he turns to Hans and says, Hans, I know that you can do this. And he's like, unfortunately, I can't, but Hans can.
He offered to do it for me earlier, and I was like, there's got to be a better way. And then just stay with us, princess, and if an assassin or if a lizard man is looking to find your neck, he will not be able to find you.
I will let Hans cast invisibility because I don't have a really good way of extricating him from this situation.
He said, bye guys, I'm going swimming.
Where'd Hans go?
Yeah, one of those little difficulties. Like, all right, yeah. It occurs to me that I really probably should ask you guys for your character sheets. So the next time this happens.
The other thing that and we're trying to get back to our boat on the
Mhm.
shore. So what because we're kind of in a different location and we want to get down there, um Sal will actually cast locate object on the actual boat that we came in. So that will help us maybe guide us back down. If we take a different direction, then we can not necessarily go in the same location.
What's the range on locate?
I
How does that work?
I don't think it's that far, is it?
Well, that's the interest. Oh wait, no, you're right. It's probably too far. It's too far.
What is the range on locate object?
Yeah, it's 500 feet. So that's going to be way too. That's going to be. Yeah, we're going to
Okay.
be.
We'd
We're
have to be on the beach.
we have to be really close to it. So I was thinking if we were like if it was like a mile or something, we'd be able to actually to kind of use it as a homing beacon. But you're right, it's probably too far.
All right. So let's do this. So you make your way through the tunnel. You make your way back upwards to the tunnel,
Mhm.
through it, and the guard captain takes a moment to close it, make sure we close it behind us.
I have another suggestion of misdirection. If we happen to come across one of our others fallen, perhaps we can carry their bodies back, and anyone who was attempting to stalk us might think that they had killed the princess or that the princess had been killed if we were carrying one alone and she was not with us. This is just a suggestion.
Do we have the other guard though with us?
Right. That's if we've come across the other guard who got killed.
Yeah.
But otherwise we're trying not to go back, but I'm a little leery that we might have to go back to that stone bridge.
Yeah.
But otherwise we'll try to take a different route back.
And I don't know if it was ever asked, but I mean, did they know who attacked them? Was that mentioned?
That
We-
is the 64,000 gold piece question. And you can tell that Her Royal Highness is very bothered not by the question, but the fact that she doesn't know, though she knows that this was not random.
So
If it was just an attack of if it was just an attack of opportunity, it would be, you know, basically somebody just trying to rob the boat, take prisoners, whatever the case may be. That would be one thing. Once it became clear that there was an assassin sent, then it became something else altogether.
now,
And she was coming from Hardby back home or going from Ragby to Hardby?
She was coming back home from Hardby to Ragby.
Okay.
Yeah.
okay. Well, maybe if we come across them, our lady here, I motion over at Roxanne. They might assume that this is the royal princess.
Which brings up an interesting question. So I'm going to go with Hans is not feeling well.
Okay.
Something that he ate or water that he drank is not sitting well with him. So while he's going to be going, he's not going to be trying to cast anything.
That works. He's got the dysentery.
Yeah.
So I need a marching order. How you want to go with yourselves as well as with the princess?
I think the princess should follow between, I think she should follow Roxanne and be between maybe Roxanne and the captain of her guard.
All
Thoughts?
right.
Because they can both be aware of her. She's invisible and make sure that, she doesn't get lost behind if she trips and falls or something. I'll take the lead again.
I will once again bring up the rear. But what is the, let's see here.
There's the guard
Okay.
captain.
Invisibility lasts pretty
Invisibility lasts until you do
forever.
something to break it.
much. Right. Okay.
So
Awesome.
the important thing there is that we don't lose the princess or cause her to break it. I'm sure she can fight if she was wearing the armor and such. But let's see if we can keep her safe by keeping her out of any conflict and hopefully not present her as an attack of or as a target of opportunity.
So Sonius is like right behind Lagamundo. The other three
That
are
sounds about right. Yep. And I know Hans and Sal like to be safe in the middle there.
Yep.
And that's right about where the princess will be too. So you guys just be aware of her and not talk to her so often that, if somebody was watching us, that they would know someone was there.
All right. Um, you are able to make your way back down. You get across the using the rope trick. Actually, I should have you roll. Do me a favor, Lagamundo. Give me a dexterity check.
Certainly.
I should have tried to check the bridge. I just realized that you have to go back to
17.
Yeah.
Fine.
All right. I'm not even going to bother with the number of you doing it. You're able to safely get yourself easily across. Once Lagamundo gets across, you get across the stone causeway, and you make good time getting down there, only to find that you are not alone.
Of course not.
Uh, duh, duh.
Thought it was going to be easy.
All right, let me see. Who else?
But the real question is, are they wearing red robes? I can't make these mooks out.
And you note that they're kind of spread out, but they're definitely making sure they can be a pain as you try to get to the shore. Let's get all of you in focus. I think that's everyone. The one that you see right now that is highlighted. Oh wait, you know something? No, you don't see him at the moment. There is one standing on top of the rocks. You note that he has better armor than the rest of these guys who are wearing basically a hodgepodge set of stuff. Oop. Why is it when I copy that, it gives me two instead of just one? All right. Yeah, you see a bunch. You basically a waiting party, and you hear the guy from on top of the thing call out.
Which guy are we talking about? You said on top of the rocks, but I don't see somebody on top of the rocks.
Yeah, because of course I did that, and he went out of focus.
Ah, that guy. Okay.
All right, that's perfect. Now I got all of them in, and you can see everybody.
So he's wearing armor, right?
Yeah, he's wearing a full set of chainmail.
Okay. And these other guys are wearing ragtag armor.
Yeah, I mean, some of them have like, might have plates on their legs and bracers, and possibly like a pauldron or two.
Okay.
One couple breastplate here and there. They're not very well equipped, but they have the look of dangerous men.
Okay.
That's far enough. Hand over the princess. I know she's among you.
I glance and look back and say, we lost the princess. She is gone to us. She slipped and fell into a crevice and was unreachable. As you can see, she is not among us.
He says, "You lie. The guard captain would not come back if he had lost his charge." The guard captain is going to try his best at selling it, and you hear him sniffling.
Oh, like he's crying.
Oh yeah.
Good
It's
man.
like, and he yells, "I failed my charge. I must report back to the king."
Sonius gives him a look like he's a complete loser. Do your job next time.
Yeah. We failed as well. We were sent to bring him back safe.
And you did not even try to retrieve her body?
It was at the bottom of a chasm. There was like, did you see that chasm back there? She was wearing metal armor. She went down.
Down. Very chasmy.
Enough of this. Well, we may as well get something out of this. Men, attack! Let's roll initiative.
Actually, Rob, I got to declare this before, I suppose. I roll. Can I charge the nearest one?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that's the damnedest thing. Oh man, that's funny. All right. 10. 9.
Right here.
Lagamundo.
All right. I am going to move up and attack the closest mook with my halberd.
Yeah, you're with your monk
I-
speed, you're definitely able to
Yeah.
close the gap.
Yeah, I'm not gonna charge. I can't give away too much AC. I don't have very much. So I'm gonna move up and swing bada swing. And does a 17 hit?
17 is enough to hit, yes.
Good. I do 14 points of damage.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Dang.
Halberd is a good weapon.
It's a lot.
Slicing downward, the halberd rents the pieces of armor he does have, and you do see a splattering, as a splash of blood where the blade does find flesh. The man howls in pain. Still standing, but he does howl. On 9, Roxanne.
Sal's got a 9.
Okay, what's happening?
He is gonna cast sleep away from Lagamundo to capture as many as he can of the low kind of hanging fruit guys, not the captain, but the guys that are the
Yeah,
Okay,
get those
so-
three.
Yep. What's the how many hit dice do you get?
yeah, let me roll. 5.
5. Ooh. All right. 5. You get these two, and I forgot the fact that I have these available to me. All right, those two are unconscious. On 9, she makes her charge.
Roxanne?
However, unfortunately, she misses. Anyone else on? That's everyone on 9. So 8, 7, 6.
I'm 6. So I'm going to attack the nearest one to me.
All right. Well, Lagamundo's already got one hit, set, so you can, because of the fact that you're charging, you can cover a hell of a lot of distance and still
Right.
attack. So you can rush up to that one.
Yeah, I'll go run right in the middle here. All right.
Yep.
That is a 21.
That's gonna hit.
That is 16 points of damage.
Ooh, you bring him down to his knees. He's blood is coming down. He doesn't have long. He somehow manages to still be standing for the moment. Were you on 6, Sonius?
Yes.
So amazingly enough, I rolled 6 for all of the attackers in the different groups that I have attacking. All of them attacking, except for Roxanne, who I thought it was a 6, and then I realized it was a 9. I can say I rolled. All right. So first things first, we've got 4 PCs, 4 visible PCs. We're going to say Hans is kind of like hidden himself. So it's going to be 4 PCs, Roxanne, and the guard captain. So Thraskin 1, Lagamundo 2, Sal 3, Sonius 4, Roxanne 5, guard captain 6. Ooh. You hear Sal from just in front of you. You're and then a gas, and the princess screams, unfortunately making her presence known, as the guard captain falls. At which
She
point,
made her presence known, but she didn't appear.
right. At which point, you see the assassin in the just behind by the rocks.
I think he should think that was that was that was our other wizard screaming "Ah!" in a very girly voice.
With this longbow, the captain of the enemy is going to take aim at Sal.
Damn, that's smart.
Um, that is AC 8. And I'm sorry, AC 19.
Ouch.
That hit his ancestors.
Unless you have something that's going to stop it, that's 6 points of damage.
Nope, that is gonna that I'm gonna take because it's oh remind me yeah, brooch of shielding. Can't
That
remember.
only protects against magic missiles.
So I'm gonna take the 6 points.
All right. Thrashkin, you see right in front of you, Sal ends up like almost stumbling backwards a bit from, and you see basically an arrow buried in him.
Okay.
Also on 6, one of these rushes up, and we've got 2 on Roxanne. First one's going to miss. Second one hits.
Because she has that red light on. Everyone can see her.
Totally.
You hear her grunt as some kind of bludgeoning weapon smashes against her armor, and she gasps from the pain. Sunnis, one of them attacks you.
A little rude, but okay.
AC 19.
Yeah, not much I can do that. My AC's already reduced by 4, I think, because of the charge.
That's 8 points of damage.
All right, your speaker, your Audio wasn't working. You said 8 points of damage.
8 points of damage. Yes.
All right.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
Sorry. I think you meant 1 point. The rain is still coming down. I can't hear you.
Oh boy.
Uh,
I realize I need to leave to make sure he stays in sight. Never mind.
are you using
Uh,
owlbear here, Rob? I'm just wondering. Are you using owlbear?
Yes. Though I'm starting to watch videos for Foundry, so
Yeah.
soon.
Yeah. I'm thinking about moving over to Foundry too, but I'm always like, yeah, I can stick with Roll20 one more week.
We'll start.
I'm actually doing all my die rolls in Foundry with my character sheet there.
We'll start with the one guy who's already on Lagamundo.
Okay. Oh, I don't like where that's going.
That's gonna miss.
Yes.
The other one realizes he's too far to get up to you quick and hit you, so he throws a dagger at you.
Okay.
That's also gonna miss, but he does. After that, he does run part of the way.
Okay. Splash, 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 splash.
All right, so that was all on 6. 5, 4, 3.
I'm on 3. My spell
Mm-hmm.
is I'm switching it to the guy in to the assassin that just popped into existence.
Okay.
Yeah. He's a threat.
Yeah. But it is hold person.
They're saving throw for that.
Yes, wisdom.
Ooh.
Probably not a wisdom guy.
No, but I
What I'm
think because
hoping.
I think they need intelligence, not wisdom, for their stuff.
Yeah, that's correct. And they're a Dex Prime too, I think.
You know something? If it, they came close. They came very, very close. So asking, what level are you?
4th.
Yeah, if you had still been 3rd level, they would have saved.
Oof. Good job.
Nice.
So what does that look like? Is his like arms like stuck together, or is he just like frozen in place? Or
basically whatever position that he was in when it hit, he just holds rigidly in place.
so he's kind of
he's aware, he breathes, but that's that. And it lasts for
he's
4
standing
rounds.
there. You see him standing there with the blowpipe still at his mouth.
Oh, he's using a blowpipe. What a dick.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So much dishonor. He'll have to be spanked.
I thought he was actively throwing darts.
Now, just for my clarification, the princess did not get hit. The captain
Correct.
got hit and fell down, and she was gasping because he went down. Right?
Yes.
She shrieked like a girl.
Right.
All right. So that's 3. Has anyone not gone yet?
Nope.
All right. Well, in that case, next round.
Wow.
All right. 10. On 10, he lets loose with another arrow.
Cliff guy.
Yeah.
How high up is that rock?
About 15 feet or so.
Okay.
Ooh, he's gonna take a chance at hitting Sonius. There's a chance that if he misses, though, that he might hit one of his companions.
2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4.
That is AC 17.
Damn it.
Do I still have -4 to my
Nope.
from the
This is the next round.
yeah, so if I have -4, he would hit me.
All right. Let me see if he accidentally shoots his buddy. He does not.
Does
All
he
right.
fire 2 arrows?
No,
Did
it
he
was a
fire
question.
2 arrows?
It's a question of whether when he missed, whether it went hit his friend instead.
Oh, it's only if you roll a 1, 2, 3, 4, I think,
Oh,
on the naturally on the die.
all right. Never mind then.
I'll go find that rule, but
That's fine.
Yeah, I'm looking at it too. It says 2 to 4.
All right. So 9.
I actually had a 9. Go ahead. You can go first this time.
I'm on 9. I will just simply say, my my lady, the assassin is no longer a threat. I have your man. I step forward and cast delay poison
Can
on
you?
him.
Okay.
All right. You hear a voice from come say, "Good."
Well,
Which
go
means
ahead.
okay. So
And then,
yeah.
and it's delay poison. The caster imbues one subject with immunity to poison. Any poison in the subject system or any poison the subject is exposed to during the spell's duration does not affect the subject until the spell has expired. I don't know if it doesn't cure anything,
Mhm.
but if there's any more onset of anything, it would delay anything more than
How
whatever
long
has
and
already
how long is
occurred.
it delayed for?
4 hours.
Oh, okay. All right.
Delays the agony. No.
All right. Lagamundo,
Yeah.
you're on 9 as well.
Yes.
Rob, how
I'm
much
just
did that arrow? I'm sorry. How much did that arrow damage did it give me?
Uh, no, you didn't get hit this time.
Oh, okay. For some reason I thought it was hit.
You said it would have hit you if you still had the -4, but you don't.
Okay.
All right. So Lagamundo,
nat 19, total of
That's-
26.
that's gonna hit.
Yeah. Damage is God. I'm nailing it today. 15 points.
That's yeah. No, he's gone. Uh, the halberd comes down and basically just slices right through what was left of his armor, just chopping him down where he stands.
Get to the chopper.
8, 7.
Sal's on 7.
All right.
He'll cast shield on himself.
Good.
Okay. 6, 5.
I am at 5.
All right.
I look at the guy and it says, "I'm sorry, this hurts me more than it hurts you." And I hit him. The one who's right next to me. A little lower. Is a 14 hit?
14 is 14 on the die or 14 total?
14 total.
14 is going to miss.
Can I use a special?
Yes, you can.
All right. Does I use a regular or can I use
No,
a
you'd
regular?
have to. Regulars need to be declared ahead of time. You do have one. You do have at least one special. I know that much.
All right, I'll use it.
Well, a 15 does hit. So
I feared it had to be close. All right. So, 11 points of damage.
as you go up to swing, he's like, "I don't think it works." Like, ugh. as you basically disembowel him, just falls to the ground.
Oh, and a little single tear comes from that his soul is damned falls on him. I'm done.
Pamphlet time.
That was on 5. So on 4, one moves. This one moves up to you, Lagamundo, and attacks and rolls a nat 1. His
Yes.
his sword goes flying, and he's suddenly standing up against you unarmed, and he raises his hands. Two of them attack Roxanne. First one misses,
But
though you hear
because
the
she put
clang.
out the red light.
You hear the clang of weapon against her shield. Second one she just dodges out of the way of. On 3, Sal, you feel like this breeze go past you, and you hear some crunch, crunch, and about 3 seconds later, the assassin is standing there with his lips to, his lips to the blowpipe. Suddenly, he's missing a hand, a blowpipe, and a head.
Nice.
And the princess is standing. The princess is standing there. You can see that she went both two-handed with her weapon to just like chop his head off.
Sweet. I was
Wonderful.
worried that he would get out of it before he paid the price. That was probably a solid choice or solid decision on her part.
Mhm.
Uh, 2. Anyone on 2? Actually, has everyone gone already?
I think so.
All right. In that case, Roxanne's attack on 1. She hits.
Slow but steady wins the race.
And this one dies. Uh,
How ironic that she got to end the helpless assassin instead of the other way around.
You got assassined.
all right. So suddenly you notice. Let's roll initiative. But you notice as the that one falls, you see the guy up on the rocks, like starting to strip out of his arm, throw his weapons down, starting to strip out of his armor.
We got to nudist, guys.
That's a weird thing to do.
It does seem counterintuitive in battle, but I'm not going to argue with it.
Oh, and oh, wow. Okay. 10.
Not
I'm
this
on
time.
10.
Draskin, go ahead.
Uh, I don't know if they're. Can I hand uh, Sal a potion and cast a spell, or would it be one or the
No,
other?
it would basically be around because you need to go and get the potion out of your stuff and
Right.
hand it to him.
Okay. Then, and how far away is the guy on the rocks from me?
He's about. Ooh, that's a good question. Do I have a way of telling? I know there's a way of telling.
Is there a measure tool in Albert?
There is about 120 feet or so.
He's 120 feet. Okay. There is nothing. There is nothing that I can do. I will hand Sal. Well, actually, I will cast Cure Light Wounds on Sal.
All right.
I believe that's a D8. 4 points.
Sal feels like he just got a big massage and he's feeling good. So 4 points, that's great. He thanks Thraskin for his healing and thanks Thraskin's God for providing that to him. So 4 points.
Who is that?
Try-
Muaman Duathal? Is that your god?
Yes.
Yes, I remembered.
And Thraskin,
And
that was on 10?
that was on 10. And I would say we need to take that other guy alive, if at all possible. I would say the Sal. We need info on that.
All right. On 10 also, Roxanne goes. Roxanne is very, very annoyed, apparently. That's a 20.
Nice.
Beautiful.
Yeah, she just basically takes the guy's head off. And even from here, you can see her sword is glowing.
Very
There
nice.
is-
Very nice.
There is a righteous. There's something righteous. Son, you can feel it. There's a righteousness coming from her.
I gave up women and booze, but this one lady's kind of hot.
All right, 9, 8. On 8, the princess charges, and she comes over and swings. Holy crap! Not a what we call it, not a 20, but had you hit that one already? The one down here.
No, I just polished off the other guy
She comes
last round.
and swings, and basically you see his arm kind of go, his one arm kind of go limp, where her blade bites into it, goes right through the pauldron.
Nice.
There's a splatter of blood. She obviously does not mind getting her hands dirty.
I didn't think she did. I just didn't want her to be taken out while she walked amongst us by Dart Dude.
No, understood. So that's 8, 7, 6.
I'm on 6. I want to finish what she started because I'm picking up what she's putting down. I doubt it though. 13?
13 is not going to hit.
Yeah, I thought that might be the case. Okay, I'm done.
That was on 6.
That was on 6, yeah.
5.
Sal's also on 6.
Oh, let's go ahead, Sal.
No problem. He's gonna cast his other magic missile on the one that Ligamundo was trying to hit.
All right.
And that is 5 plus 4, 9 points.
Yeah. Lagomunda, you and the princess kind of look at each other, and the missiles slam into him, and he falls over into the water, face down, unmoving.
I'll take the win.
Mm-hmm.
Nice job.
4.
I'm on a 5.
Oh, 5. Okay.
The gentleman who stripped down on the rock, is there a way to
Mm.
climb up there? Can I tell quickly?
As far as like climbing up there quickly.
Well, I mean, can I climb up there?
No. However, give me a intelligence check. Actually, no. Give me a wisdom check. That'd be better for you, right?
Oh yeah. They're the same.
Okay.
22 non-prime.
You get the bright idea to basically go here and kind of wait for him, because you're pretty convinced he's about to jump in the water.
Okay. I guess that makes sense. I just thought he was just showing off his gym body or something. All right, so I'm gonna go there and I'm gonna wait.
Yeah, he starts he basically starts running in your direction. as if to jump in the water, sees you there, and you realize he stops, realizing that he's basically defeated, and just basically slumps to the stone.
And I say in a very loud Boy Scout like voice, wickedness never pays.
All right. What do you do with the two that are asleep?
Tie them up, prisoners.
All right, so you bring back 3 prisoners. The ship does arrive.
We do loot them, of course.
Mhm.
I mean, disarm them and loot them.
I
And
turn my
how-
back to him. I'm like, I'm not seeing this, guys.
You don't.
And
you
how
don't-
is
honestly don't find much on them. Actually, well, no, that's not true. You find a rather large pouch of gold on each of them. Each one of them is carrying 50 gold pieces.
What sort
the-
of coin is it? Is it coinage from a specific country, or is it just a generic
Good.
mix of gold coins?
Good question. The majority of the coinage is Nyrandese in nature.
Oh, okay.
Hmm. How is the captain doing?
The captain is hanging on. You're able to get him onto the ship, and because they're used to potentially going into these kinds of dangerous situations, they do have antidotes for various venom, poisons and such, poisons and venoms, and they are able to keep him from succumbing to it.
Yeah. Victory for the good guys.
I do use lay on hands on myself to give myself back 6.
So, bringing and the shock is evident on everyone, as as it becomes clear, they realize who you're bringing back aboard. At which point the merchant flag goes away, and they fly a Narandi's banner. As a matter of fact, they also fly banners signifying it's a Narandi's military vessel. You note that the work immediately goes on to bring the ballista that they have, as well as several other weapons above board, setting them up so that if they are attacked, they can defend themselves.
Do we have a chance to bring the dead from the shipwreck aboard? Or is there no way to do that?
You're able. It takes a little persuading because they didn't want.
I'm not going to push too hard. I was just asking the question.
I will.
Yeah,
I figured somebody else would want to push it, but
it takes a little work, but eventually what ends up happening is you try to persuade. At which point the princess herself, kind of has taken a shine to all of you because, well, you managed to save her,
buried him at sea.
as well save her, her captain. And she basically makes it an order, that they are to, give the rest of them a proper burial before we move on. It's low. Everything is, you're able to make it back to Ragby. At which point, there's a really hurried goodbye. However, what you find waiting for you is a chest, full of gold and jewels, totaling. Oh, well, it ends up being totaling 2,000 gold for each of you.
Nice.
Dang.
Snap.
You also, about a week later, receive Adelis and Tyrella come bring you all together and let you know that you have managed to curry favor with the crown and will now be considered for missions. You've been basically put at the top of the list for missions considering, of importance to the king, the queen, and their daughter.
And our expendability.
Well, I mean,
Spendable.
at least the pay is good.
Right.
Don't do this for money, people.
So, that brings us to the end of this session.
Yay.
There are questions still about who organized the attack, but those answers are going to have to wait a bit. I want to thank my players for this was an actual rather long session. I hope you all enjoyed it because
Indeed.
this really starts getting things rolling.
Yeah, it was great. I appreciate it.
Big time.
And I am looking forward to running a game for you during virtual Greyhawk Con. We need to figure out the details because I'm under the understanding that you guys want to do something longer.
Oh, in September? Is that in September? October?
First weekend of October.
I did it last year. Yeah, sign me up. I'll do it.
It's in October.
Hawktober has a.
So how long are we thinking?
We can discuss. We can figure that out. I mean, I will run for as long. I'm basically going to be CKing all weekend. I don't think I'm playing in anything that weekend. The only exception I might make is if I can get into a Carlos game because I've yet had the chance of playing a Carlos game, and that's kind of been on my bucket list for a while.
He tends to run those on Friday and Saturday nights.
Okay,
Usually Friday.
What does
I've,
he?
I've been in a couple. They're great.
Yeah, I that's one of the things that I have not got a chance to do. But otherwise, so let's see. First of all, we do have a giveaway. By the way, you're all players. If you haven't already, you're all welcome to enter the giveaway as well. Right now I've got a few entries. But I will give it another minute too while I figure out who we could possibly raid. I don't know who's going at this point. Something I think art of Mike Disney is actually doing some artwork. Let's see what he's up to.
Do you have the dates of virtual
Oh,
Greyhawk Con? Is that the first week? That's the first weekend in October, right?
Yes,
Yeah,
the first weekend.
4th, 5th, 6th.
I'll find the link. Let's see.
Oh, apparently
I think
he's
that's
working on Dungeons and Dragons cartoon minis. That sounds cool. All right, so we will let's set this up for the stream ending and do the giveaway. And then we will raid into Mike Disney. Let's see.
Does Carlos want Osric? I'm sorry.
He runs first edition AD&D.
I think
His modules are Osric because that's the virtual. That's the
I
blah, blah, blah.
won some from Jay, like Marquesa. Did he write something?
Yeah,
like
he wrote all those.
Yeah, I have those.
All right, Touch of Evil TDR. Congratulations. I will get with you. Message me on Discord if you could. I'm not sure. I'll check to see whether or not you are currently in my Discord server, but I am Phantom NJ on Discord. Otherwise, I will message you via Twitch. All right, let's set up the raid.
Yeah, if we could do a longer session in Greyhawk, that'd be great.
Here's the link for virtual Greyhawk Con.
Oh,
Thank you.
it didn't go through. I need to set you up. All right. Yes, let me do that. Tabletop.
I'm not even sure what they're. I played 2 sessions last year.
I got to play the hell out of games last year. I had a blast.
I played the hell out of games and I ran the hell out of games and I was exhausted by the end.
Oh, I'm
Uh,
sure. I think I saw your schedule and I was like, what? You're crazy. I thought mine was big.
I played 2, 1 a day. I think I played 5e. What else do they play? CNC, I'm assuming.
Oh
1e.
yeah. Oh yeah. Rob ran some CNC in this. In fact, I think we had the inaugural thing. Was it
Mhm.
last year or no? It was more
yes.
than,
Yeah.
yeah.
It
It was
was
the
last,
inaugural adventure of this campaign.
there's the tabletop events for Virtual GreyhawkCon 2024 badges. You can buy your badge. And with that, I'll give everybody a couple seconds. Anyone who needs to click on that link. But we are raiding into Mike Disney now. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, thanks, Rob. I appreciate it. See you guys. It's good.
Take care.
Tons of fun. Tons of fun.